Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, August the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I see one yes. You guys can hear me and see my screen. A couple of yeses. Thank you. All right, guys. Well, as usual, a lot happening. Last big day of earnings, or last big day of earnings, guys. Next week, we're not as many. So what is happening so far? So yeah, you guys have been talking about UBX. UBX is an earnings play. Big gap up, 131%. But it's an earnings play, but that's not really the news. The news is their data for their lead asset in a diabetic macular edema. So obviously some positive data. So it's not really the fact that it's an earnings play. They have some positive data that they've released. Neptune, NEPT. Now this is an earnings play, but it is gapping. It's starting to give it up. 240 was the high, 192 now. This is an earnings play. I don't see any other news for it. Yeah, so this is strictly an earnings play for NEPT. Yeah, so this WETG, WETG has been all over the place. My goodness, it got up to 26, right back down to 18. Hawks play, $50 million order, they say. Olo. Oh no for Olo. Look at Olo. OLO. That's actually a little bit of a rebound here, actually, but this is an earnings play. And when I saw it when it was down here, this was basically an all-time low. So I have to watch and see what happens with this Olo, see if it takes out 9 again and continues down. Market had a bit looking like it was drifting down, but now it's moving right back up again. Consequently, why I point that out is these ones that are making new lows, all-time lows, or that are showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. So far, in the last couple of days anyway, if the market is moving higher, not going to get quite as much downturn, which makes sense. AEY is another earnings play. Up 30%, lots of volume. Look at that volume, 3.5 million shares, 8.4 million in the float. Lots and lots of volume. EVK. I don't think there was very much volume here. This is an earnings play. Gap down. Yeah, not very much earnings. Not much volume. And actually, it's a little gap up. I thought this was a little gap down. China stock. But the big deal here, 3.9 million in the float. So once this market opens, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of activity with that float. Law, LAW. This is a gap down. Law, LAW, gap down. On earnings, another low float, 14.8 million. Not a ton of volume in the pre-market yet, but big gap down though. Look at this. I mean, this is almost an all-time low now for Law, LAW. Heyo. PAYO. Is this an earnings play? I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, another earnings play. Pale. Good reaction after hours yesterday. That's that mauve area. Basically held. It's holding. I mean, discounting that spike up here on that 15-minute chart at 4 o'clock. But otherwise, it's kind of holding that after hours gap, PAYO. Big float, 200 million in the float. Never seen this one before. VEEE. Twin V Power Cats. So another low float, earnings play. This could be, wow, look at this week, or 2 weeks it's had actually. 283, low of last week at 530 now. So this is, I don't think I've ever seen this one. Well, you just create it. It's an alert window and just use the gap up as your filter. It's really simple. Alert. I just click on it. This is all I've got. And you just use pre-market highs as your, okay, just use pre-market highs. The gap up and the change from the close are basically the same in the pre-market, okay? So what I've done here is I said the gap has to be at least 4%. It's 25 cents above also, 50,000 shares, etc. But that's basically what you use, the pre-market highs. And this one, of course, pre-market lows. I really just use this one. This one just gives me a sound alert, you know, but I mean, everything I see in here is going to be in here somewhere, so. Codex, CODX is a gap down on earnings. Yeah, so PTLO, I didn't listen actually, but this is a financing. The financing is at 23.75. Okay, so this is a financing for PTLO. That's why it's gapping down. So as we speak, it is below the financing price of 23.75. Low float too, 21 million in the float. SMSI, earnings play, little earnings play. And a gap down on earnings, 23%, not much volume yet. LRMR. It's an earnings play, but plus they got some FDA news. Oh, it is an earnings play, but probably more importantly to them, and it's low float, 17 million, but there is some FDA news also. MCW. UBX guys, you've been waiting for it to take out two perhaps. When I looked, I thought I saw some resistance around the 220 level. MCW is another earnings play, gapping down on earnings. MCW, Mr. Car Wash. And SPRC, Israeli stock, and they received a patent from their government, Israeli patent for SPRC. Good morning, YouTubers. Don't think I mentioned Toast. TOST is also an earnings play. Nice gap up, 14%. Pretty good volume. It's a big float, $250 million in the float, but it is a gap up. Market is in so far for another positive open. Oh, I see. Actually, we had a little sell-off in tech yesterday, I guess. Dow was still up. SPY was basically flat. Is that right? V owns today's IPO. Really? Speaking of which, guys, so this could be the really interesting one. The REBN, here's the structure, 1.2 million shares issued, potentially at $5, but you know, we'll have to see once it opens. But more importantly, it's Hutton. Okay, so why more importantly? Because Hutton were the people behind DGL yesterday. Okay, and Hutton also has this one, GRFX, 3.2 million at $2. So a couple of Hutton. I can't believe they're still around. So when they open, if they open, I mean, there's no guarantee they're going to open today, but if they do open, we'll certainly know about it. That's why I structure it this way. I put it in my price alerts window. I put a price alert of $1, right? So when they open, if they open, and these are other ones, of course, Boy, VEE is really ripping here, guys. At least I'm hearing it over and over again. Right here in the gap up. Yeah, well, if this low float, I mean, look at that float, 2.3 million in the float. Already traded, it's going to trade the float multiple times today. It's traded 1.5 million already, 2.3 million in the float, up 48%. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I don't know how many of you out there have shorts available. Probably Zach with his center point, but probably not widespread. The number of brokers allowing shorting on not so much allowing, but they have to go through the locate. All right, guys, I want to take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we've got from our analysts today. You know, they're very persistent, these analysts. Just a few upgrades every day, but way more downgrades because they just don't believe this market. All right, there you have the upgrades. Just a few upgrades, and now I've got a ton of downgrades. Let's see if I get some of them in anyway. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. Now again, this is what I mean. Here's my list of downgrades, and here are the little upgrades. That's it. Now, I will say this, we've got some multiple downgrades, guys. I haven't seen this for a bit, so we've got some multiple downgrades. I'll explain what I mean when I get to the one that I'm talking about. So the list is long, but it's not quite as long because there are multiple, in other words, the same stock being downgraded by various law firms. That it is law, actually. Law has multiple downgrades on it. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 downgrades from various brokers. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on law, earnings play, and a couple of downgrades for OLO, OLO. VEEE is just ripping here now, guys. I'm not in it. All right, there are some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So let me take a look at law right now with all those multiple downgrades. So this is almost an all-time low. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 160,000 shares right now. So if this really starts moving down, this could be a catastrophe for these guys. Now, looking at the weekly chart, there looks like there could be some support at around 1675. So about $1.50 away could be some support. That's the area of the all-time low for law, LAW. Yeah, what a surge in V here now, guys. 514, so it was only $5. Wow, $5 not that long ago, less than 10 minutes, well, about 10 minutes ago, $5 up to 620. Almost traded in fact, it's traded the float now, 2.35 million in the float. It is traded 2.38 million now. So it is now traded the float. AMC is still strong, guys. I don't see GME. GME is lagging now. GME is definitely lagging AMC in terms of meme stocks. You know, check out the daily on AMC, and when you check out the daily on GME, we've got 3 red bars. So GME is lagging. Aha, China. What's China doing here? KWeb. China stocks maybe a little bit weak right now. Jordan, you have to be in an alert window, right? No, not a top list window. So if you just right click, and click on configure, and then click on search and click pre. Just start typing in pre. You're going to see pre-market highs and pre-market lows. You've got to be in an alert window. Okay, and it's right there. Just start typing in pre, and there it is. That is the alert, the real-time alert. Pre-market highs, pre-market lows. Okay? But it's got to be in an alert window. If you're doing it from a top list window, no, well, it's the pre-market today. Just today. Just today. I don't put anything in. Yeah, I leave it blank. It's just today. I didn't even realize I had an option for that. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors to see what's happening. I haven't looked at oil this morning, so I'm not sure what we're going to see with that ETF. So I'm clicking on the sector status in our channel bar. So oil prices must be a little bit weaker today. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. Okay, all of these are the stocks. When you see 85% red, that means 85% of these stocks are down below yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And you can usually it's either 100% one way or the other. You know, it's either they're all down or they're all up. Look at tech as an example, though. Right now, all the tech stocks that make up XLK, 89% of them, 89% of them are above yesterday's close. Communications, 95%. So there's really no weak sector other than the energy sector right now. Now, if oil starts to rally somewhat, you'll see a big change here when we look at this, maybe around 10 o'clock, if I can remember. But we'll look at it as the change from the open. This is the change from the close of yesterday. Okay, so, but half an hour, 45 minutes into the market, this could be dramatically different. We could, for instance, if tech starts selling off, we'll see when I go to my sector change from the open, you will see that this will probably not be 87% anymore. Anyway, we'll have to wait and see. Usually I like to do it around 10:15 or so. So as I say, right now, every sector is strong except for the energy sector. me just go check the price of oil. Oh, so it's, I didn't realize it. So it's still low. I mean, it's only off a little. It is over 90 again though. Haven't really been tracking the price of oil, but let's see, about $93 now. Okay, thanks, Roger. Yeah. Meanwhile, a law with those multiple downgrades. This is starting to make another new low here, guys. It's sort of untradeable right now, 1750, 18 on the bid ask. So it's kind of untradeable right now. Unless that bid ask really, but this looks like it's going to be an all-time low. Looks like the all-time low is 1696. 1792. It looks like the all-time low is 1696, so not that far away. In fact, what I'm going to do is stick an alert. Oops. $16.86. I don't see that it's wrong. I'm looking at my interactive brokers and understand. I mean, right now the spread is awful, so it's going to look maybe a little bit off, but the spread is awful. But you know, okay. I mean, I have here at 17.99. Interactive brokers has it at 18, but you know, it's not a. It's a real. I mean, look at the spread. It's not good at all. Tightening though, 17.91, 17. Anyway, no, you see, you're delayed, Sam. Okay, you're still stuck on yesterday's high or yesterday's close. Okay, 28.96. It's gapped down. You're not on real time data. If you're looking at a top list or something, make sure that your top list when you go to time frame, make sure it says live always. You're probably stuck live during market hours. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room who's saying that the law trade that or the law price that we've got is way off. He's got 28.96, but that's yesterday's close. Okay. So it's not way off. You understand? It makes sense? So if you're using a top list window, you have to make sure that if you right click on the top list window, click on time frame and make sure it's set to live during market hour. I'm sorry, live always. Live during market hours is literally, it'll shut off at 4 o'clock Eastern. It'll, 9:30 to 4. So that's why you're probably seeing the 28.96. Okay, can you answer me? Just say you understand before I move on. Well, again, if you're talking about this price window, like what price window are you talking about? Again, you have to make sure you have include pre and post market. What price window are you talking about, Sam? When you say it shows on the price window, what price window are you talking about? I can guarantee the reason why it's showing at 28.96 is whatever window you're looking at is not including pre-market. Okay, that's the reason. So it's a single stock window. If that's what you're referring to, then you've got to check include pre and post market. Yeah, this one, yeah. So can you hear me? If you right click on this single stock window, you'll notice that there is an option, include pre and post market. Check that. Check it. Okay. If you right click on it, this box will pop up and there's an option to include pre and post market. That's your issue. If because this is what you're seeing. If I type in law now, oops, yeah, 2896. Okay. But the minute I right click and include pre and post market, it's going to get to the pre-market price. Okay. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. All right, guys, we're getting closer to the end of this week, beginning of this last day, and then of course the test drive starts on Monday. So for those of you, I'll just put the test drive link in again. For those of you who are going to be taking the test drive or want to take the test drive, remember you'll have access to the data. You'll have access to our program. I know it's probably just after the market closes at 4 o'clock Eastern, but I'd give it about an hour just to make sure. And you can download the program. I've actually created a layout that you can use. The layout looks like this if you want. Not, you won't, well, you may see this. I have included it. I've minimized it. So, but what you'll see is basically this, okay? People have asked for a layout. So I've created a layout for the test drive. Law is almost at an all-time low now, guys, but you've got to be careful because of that spread. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Well, okay, it tightens and then it stretches. So there's the all-time low at 1686. But look at the spread, 1681, 1768. They're making it untradeable right now. You can't trade this. I mean, look at it now, 17. I mean, it's all over the place. You can't trade it right now. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, this is from briefing.com. See how it's, I mean, this is actually not the worst it's been, but 1684, 1722. 1 minute. Thank you, William. It's tightening up a bit here. I mean, it may not, I mean, look at this. It's going to get trashed today, probably, but you've got to be careful on that spread. And that's from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, everybody. Yes, the market's going to open in less than 1 minute. So let's have a great end to this trading week. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I mean, I'd love to be in that law. That spread just, it's worrisome, because all of a sudden, I mean, it could go right back into the 17s like nothing. All right, Guy. Wow, this is just, I mean, it's too bad that spread was just awful for the law. This is just getting crushed now. And we're now open. All right, there's the V. Well, there's the pre-market high, 637 for V triple E. No, this is going to be too bad. And this is just getting absolutely crushed. This law. I would have taken it had the spread not been so bad. So it is now showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, but look at it now, 1512, 1581. I mean, it's just, they're making it very difficult. Now we've got some halts already. Some halts already. INOD got halted on the way down. TGL got halted on the way up. Of course, this was the one from yesterday. Fabulous trader, you know, if you could have timed it correctly, just a fabulous trader yesterday for the TGL. All right, guys, VEE is still alive here. Now, looking left, 758. 758 looks like the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Don't see anything on the weekly chart. So, I mean, this in theory still has room to run. VLCN is on the move here, guys. This is an earnings play next week, sorry, because they release on Monday after the market closes. VLCN, low float, 17 million in the float. Lots of volume already, 1.4 million already. So guys, I am going to be now, and all next week and the next couple of weeks, I am going to be demonstrating the buy button here, okay? One of the reasons why I have not been concentrating or talking about the buy button too much is because it would require, you know, it gets a little complicated that you have a strategy, and you turn one of the strategies on. I think in this build there is going to be a default strategy so that you don't have to do anything. You can just click buy, then you can place your cursor where you want to buy it. And if it hits, and there will be a stop automatically placed, not a big deal because the stop is going to be at the low of the day, but you can always move it up. I'm just trying to show you though the mechanics of doing all this. And I'll be doing that for the balance of today and certainly for the next 2 weeks. It's really to drill home the concept of practicing trading. Okay, practicing trading. I don't know what you mean by allowing the ranges. Are you talking about this? You can have mine, Ron. Okay, all these are filters, so you can customize the single stock window to any look you want. So what you've probably loaded is just a default setting, but you control what you want. Now, if you want exactly this one, you can go to my home page. I mean, if you wanted this one, well, if you right click and configure and just type in ranges, just type in range. You're going to see them all the ranges, different ranges. Okay. Or position. If you type in position, you will see all the different ranges, all the different position and ranges. That's all these are. So if you type in position, right click, configure, and search and type in position. No, there they are. All right, guys. Sono. Shoot, I was okay. That well, I'm not blaming you, Ron. I was going to hop in that V early because of this little red bar ignored. That's okay. Halted now. V is halted now. V triple E. It's V. It's three E's. It is three E's. V triple E. So again, this window is customizable. The single stock window is, these are just filters. So all you have to do is, do a search, type in position, and you'll get it. All right, guys. So NVTA. Let's see what's happening with NVTA. All right, I just want to demonstrate this. What if I said, you know what? I want to take this NVTA if it gets over 5. Okay, let's just do that. I'm going to click the buy button. I'm going to drop, see the crosshairs? I'm going to drop it right there at 506. Click. And what we're going to see is, there we go. So if it gets up to 506, it's going to take the trade. It's automatically put a stop at the low of the day. Again, I'm not saying that's the best stop in the world, but now I could always, I could always adjust this stop. Okay, I could always take that red line and move it up to where maybe I wanted a better stop or a different type of a stop. But I'm just trying to show you the mechanics. You'll be able to do that. Maybe not in the build you've got, but certainly on a build that's coming out today, because we have assigned. And what it does is it takes 5,000 share, $5,000, okay, at the price you want it at. Okay, it takes $5,000 worth of stock. And you can see right here in the orders, you can see, so if this executes, it'll take 1,000 shares approximately. Now, of course, I can always go here and cancel the order. I can cancel it if I don't want it anymore. But just really trying to get you guys to understand, how to, the practice trading, practice, practice, practice. I could have dropped the price below on a pullback as an example. I could have said, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking this trade, but maybe on a pullback. But I'm going to go over all this all day and certainly for the next 2 weeks. Oof, well, you got to be awfully careful on this one, guys. It just got halted again. Wet G got halted. So the high was 22.30 a few days ago. Of course, it got up to, for no reason, 50, just because it's one of those. I don't even know. I mean, it says 172 million in the float. It's hard for me to believe that's just 172 million in the float. Okay, so it obviously took the trade, guys. You see how it took the trade, NVTA? It took the trade. Now I can always adjust my stop. If I don't like that stop, I can maybe put the stop at the, I don't know. Right now, I'll put it at the low of that previous 5-minute candle right now. Yeah, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for it. I want to see. They should. V-E-E-E-E-E. Too many E's, but look at this one go. My goodness, this was the one, guys. Low float. Why? Low float. 2.3 million in the float. Give me a moment here, guys. Okay, take a look at VLCN. Okay, first of all, you have to be attached to this, Ron. Excuse me. You have to have the simulator. Okay, so when you've got to click on sim, and then that'll change from not connected to account, and then you click on account, and then you're in the simulator. But if you're talking about clicking on the buy button, yeah, nothing is happening for you guys yet. Okay, but I'm trying to say in the next build, I'm just waiting for it to come out. The next build, you'll have well, call it a strategy automatically assigned to the buy button. It'll buy 5,000 shares wherever you want it to, $5,000 worth of stock wherever you want it to. Okay, it's just not available for you guys yet. Okay, well, you can manually trade anything, but there's no AI alert yet. But I mean, you can manually trade anything. If I click on an alert, the symbol shows up here. Now I can pick how many shares I want to trade. Pick how many shares I want to go in at the market. I just keep it a market. I click buy and then send. Maybe you didn't click the send. You have to also click the send. I don't like that, but they don't listen to me. Okay, but it'll be a lot easier once we have the default for you guys for the buy. Okay, so so when you click buy, you got to be in positions though too. Okay, the positions tab, so you can see. Okay, guys, now demonstrate how you can get out of a trade. Say I wanted to get out of this trade right now. Flatten. I thought I would, but I just want to show you the mechanics. So, had you taken that trade there, you're up $353. Look at this NVDA just motoring now, guys. Yeah, you don't have to go to orders. I mean, orders is just telling you, well, what the orders maybe pending orders that you've got. Especially if wow, look at this NVTA. That was a good demo, guys. Same thing with the V. If I wanted to take the V right now, well, let's do it a different way. Let's take it on a pullback this time. Okay. So I'm going to click the buy button. Now this time I'm going to drop it below the current price. I'll just stick it at 654. I'm not saying that's where you would do it, but you know that I just want to show you the mechanics of it. See how easy it is. And it's putting a stop at the low of the day, okay? But of course, once if it took the trade, you could always adjust your stop. You could just move it up or down wherever you want. The only issue is I don't think it adjusts the size, the positions. Well, it can't adjust this position size, of course, but again, this is the mechanics of trading, guys, okay? Practice trading. Now, if all of a sudden, you know, I don't want to take this trade, now I just go to the orders and I right click and I right click and I cancel the order, okay? Man, Olo had a huge, huge run, guys. Olo came all the way back. Look at the lows here. 820, 960 now. Looked like this was going to be, well, it was at an all-time low at one point. Okay, so I'm just going to watch. Now I'm going to start. Wow, look at that NVTA. Oh, brother. I kept all of it instead of demonstrating. See, the distance from the exit price, this is telling me that, oops, you know, it's 38 cents above where I got out. Okay, give me a moment, please. See, now the spread's okay on the law. You know, if it had been like that earlier, I would have been all over this one. Now it's an all-time low. Okay, let's take a look at some of these ones. Wow, look at this turn now. TERN, is it an earnings play? No, it's not an earnings play. It was an earnings play on the 8th, reaction on the 9th. So this was the reaction right here. It's almost like a delayed reaction, TERN. Also, they are raising, interesting, they're raising money at 242 a share. They're raising 65 million at 242. Now the market's saying, you know what, we don't care. They're not being punished for that. Who cares exactly? I'm gonna say that. It's like, who cares about the news? I mean, yeah, I mean, it seems like fluff news, but I mean, it's an earnings play, but it's proposing another mid-stage study. I mean, that's the real news, I guess. But it is also an earnings play, but not that anybody expects them to make any money. Ooh. Wow, here's another interesting one, guys. So this VCSA high of 444 yesterday. Let's do the same thing. Let's just drop a buy order, right? Whoops. Okay, just dropped a buy order just above the high of yesterday. Just see what happens. Okay. And again, you'll be able to do this exactly the way I just did it. I'm just waiting for the new bill to come out that assigns a strategy to this to the buy button. And same thing, you go on a short, it'll assign a strategy to the sell. A strategy meaning it'll buy $5,000 worth whatever price you put it at, and it'll put a stop at the low of the day. Not saying that's the most wonderful stop, but you can always adjust the stop. I can always say, you know what, I'd rather have the stop, the low of that 15-minute candle. So there it is, okay? Talk about a crazy one. Look at this top. Yesterday got as high as 22.62. Always all over the place. Top. China stock, China financial. It's a little bit like the HDK. So I'm going to assume law is a legal stock, but let me make sure. Not even close. Okay, cloud computing to legal problems. Okay. Okay, so it is a legal stock. So then the other one though, LZ, which is there's another legalzoom.com. So LegalZoom, they're both earnings plays, one up, one down. Okay, so you see it took the trade, VCSA, it took the trade when it broke the high of yesterday. And of course, I can keep raising, if the price keeps going higher and higher, I can keep raising my stop right on the chart. I can keep raising it if I want. I don't know if it, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Another one that's starting to move, guys, VCSA. So I'll do the same thing, okay? I'll just take some profit right now. I'll just say I could get it at half my trade. Okay, I just took out half. If I got, if I really loved it, I could have doubled my position, but I just took out half my trade. And now I'll just get out of the rest. I'll just flatten the rest. Okay, so just showing you how you can do it. All right, guys. So what else is happening here? This is an acquisition SPAC, guys. CFVI. Trying to move a little bit here. CFVI. Nope, you don't need premium, Halim. Just standard service. Pack B from yesterday, guys. Pack B from yesterday. Now I had a big pullback, got as high as 1434, closed way down here, almost back, it almost got flat. Now it's trying to have another little move today. Oh, somebody's got to help me here. Okay, MREO, another one on the move here, guys. Another one on the move. What's the spread? Spread is okay, 135, 136, 102 million in the float. So now you see the distance from the exit price is like it's -9, -8. So that's telling me, okay, that's a good exit. Okay, because it's now below, where I exited. And that's what you want to see. And now this one is turned around. You see, that's why you got to be pretty quick on some of these ones. I exited at 539 and it's at 513 now. So it's 24% below my exit. Now, at one point that was way above my exit, but this gives you a good idea about, well, how good are my exits? I like this column, this distance from the exit price. Now, NVTA may not be over though. I mean, that might be just a little pullback and it may it may resume its upward move. Okay, monkeypox. GOVX is a little bit of a move here. GOVX. VMAR. Haven't seen this one. Haven't seen this one. This is an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. I'm hoping to see a lot of these ones here that are not earnings plays, just because, I'm hoping we're not too reliant on just earnings plays making these big moves. All right, guys, I am, let's see, some more halts here. This one, Zach, for you. You and Dak, if your Dak's in the room, APCX, when I say for you, another cheap one, just poking its way above $1. And it got halted, yeah, so it's got halted. APCX is halted. Any news on this one? Don't see any specific news on it, not yet anyway. All right, Pale is interesting. I mean, it's an earnings play. It's kind of basing a little bit here. When you look left on the weekly chart, the next high that I see is 737. So it's got a little bit of room, I guess. You know, it's 713 to 737, a little bit of room. Not a lot of room, in my opinion, but it's got some room. Yeah, look at the choppiness of the SPY right now. Okay, let's take a look at some of Zach's bounce plays. EFSH is coming up here. Almost not quite an all-time low, but all right. Let's do the same thing now with the Pac B. Okay, same thing in that. Let's take the trade if it if it takes out the high. All right, so I'm going to click the buy button. I'm going to drop the dotted line right there. Okay, so now it'll take the trade at 872. And with a stop down here, again, I can adjust that stop. Just move it up here, say. Law is still getting crushed, guys. You know what? I even tried to get it, but I couldn't get it. I even tried to get it. That uptick rule down 53%. Went in at the bid a couple of times, could not get it. The spread is not, well, it's still kind of crazy, but you know, the spread wouldn't have mattered if you know it's going to drop $5. It doesn't matter if it was 50 cents or 60 cents if you know it's going to drop $5. NOVN guys, NOVN on the move here. Not an earnings play, was an earnings play on the 11th. So yesterday. Yeah, let's do a status check. Keep an eye on NOVN, guys. We have no float information. Okay, so I have eliminated many of my scans, guys. And one of them was I can find it for you. Okay, Linda, but because I think I eliminated the bouncers and toppers from my homepage. I don't mean I got rid of it, excuse me, completely, but just from my homepage to show you what I'm talking about. Trying to get people way more focused. Here are my scans now, okay? Yeah, so there's Zach's bouncers and toppers, but yeah, the other bouncers and toppers not there. I can give it to you. File, load from cloud. I think that was a multi-strategy window, bouncers and toppers, share. Okay, here it is. I don't use it anymore, but you can certainly have a look. Linda, there you go. This is that is the wow, look at this, Zach. Did you get it? The APCX, or did you? I don't even know if you were talking about it before. It came out of the halt. Okay, guys. Yeah, you got to be careful with the top, of course. I don't know. Is it shortable for me? Yeah, not shortable for me anyway. Because I mean, again, this is one of the wilder ones we've seen. Wild daily swings. So look at a few days ago, 10, 21. Yesterday, 12, 22, $10 swings, 2.5 million in the float. It's a lot like that HKD. Not quite as dramatic as the HKD, though almost. Well, not almost. I mean, HKD at $2,600, but this got up to $50. All right, guys, Pack B looking interesting, looking really interesting. Remember, the magnet here is this. Traders are going to look at this and say, wow, okay, this got up to 1449. We're only at 883. We're not saying it's going to get back up to that level. In fact, it may stall if it keeps going, to take out that nine number one, but it may stall at that 200-day moving average, which is 1181, which is still far enough away. You can see yesterday that 200-day didn't stall it at all. Okay, so as this list builds, guys, over the course of the day, it's going to give you a great watch list, okay? It'll give you the top 10 stocks, top 10 meaning the number one position right now is VLCN because it won 2 races. Okay, that's why this is number one. Nothing dramatic yet, but in the afternoon, we should see some stocks that have won, I don't know, 8, 10 races, maybe the next one, 5 races. And I'm going to go over the racing, of course, in a lot more detail. Why I think that's all you really need to do is maybe create one topless one. You can use mine and just focus on that all day. Creates a great watch list for you that you can, so you're not jumping all over the place. And then you can, take a trade, practice taking a trade. So AEY is an earnings play, a little guy, 8.4 million in the float. Look at that, it's traded the float now, 10 million have traded. Huge relative volume, doesn't trade very much, obviously. Big pop. Pretty choppy on the 5-minute chart. Pre-market high was 225. Okay, same thing. Let's see. Let's take if it takes out that post-market high as an example. Just looking at that post-market high for AEY, let's take the trade there. Drop the buy button. He's going to create an order, and that would be the post-market high. Okay, so just created that order. The stupid bots are alive and kicking in our YouTube room. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just having a discussion, internal discussion here. Okay, look at alt, guys. Haven't seen alt for a while. ALT, ooh, this is interesting. High right now. Looking left, what do we see? The next high is 1726 on the monthly chart. This is Okay, so obviously a bio. I don't know if they have any news on it. Okay, so yeah, Riley is Riley has put a price target of $26 for these guys. Whoa, Pack B. I missed my entry. I missed my entry in the Pack B. I was watching it on that pullback. It pulled back a little bit, just a little bit. And then I wanted to take this right around 870. Missed my entry. Moment, guys. It is great little discussion. Pack B, guys. Pack B. Sugar, 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 sugar. Oh well, got too much going on here. MRAM. Okay, I just talking about MRAM and the yeah, nice break for MRAM. Big deal on this one. 815 is a 200-day moving average. MRAM. This was a high flyer a few months ago. Got up to what, 14, and it's a nice break through the 200-day moving average. Boy, this pack B guy is taking, if it takes out 9, this could have it could have another run. I mean, it's a little extended right now, but again, all traders are looking at is the high of yesterday and saying, wow, could it do anything close to that? Which is 1434, of course. All right, the AEY, it's pulled back now to 2. Let's see if it holds 2. This is an earnings play, little earnings play, low float. All right, Zach Dak. your specialties, guys. Stock that came from 72 cents over a dollar now. APCX. All right, guys, AEY maybe holding the $2 mark. Okay, just watch it to see if it holds this $2 mark well and starts to. I'm going to stick a price alert around 212 and see if it gets back up there at least. Oh, Pack B, boy, that was the one, guys, for me anyway. I just got mildly distracted. My buy was going to be right here at that 870 mark. Well, smart, not too smart right now, guys. Look at smart right now. Smart SMRT earnings play look pretty good after hours. No action pre-market. Now really giving it up down 32% right now for SMRT. Really giving it up. Ah, shoot, that showed up. I'm having this discussion internally with the guys at Trade Ideas as we're getting set for our test drive next week, and I'm just missing some opportunities because I now see the smart showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown at 407. Okay, guys, VCSA on the move again. On the move again. Guys, I'm sorry, guys. I mean, you see, we've got an issue here because this should show the we're just having this issue. I'm trying to get around this. This NVTA was closed for 353. It should say in today's P&L. It says the total here, but it should say this, and that slider should reflect the sum of that. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. Like, why is this happening? So, because I want to demonstrate this, I don't know. I can't explain why that would say zero. All right, pack B now, back down to 9. See if this holds 9 and pops off it, or if that's it. Oh, guys, TGL, look at TGL, the rise and fall of TGL. I can't wait though if this REBN opens today. Ooh, pack B right back. Maybe that 9 is going to hold, guys. The pack B, the 9 may hold. And the AEY, the 2 seems to be trying to hold. LYTM, not an earnings play. Snow Lake Resources, this is a lithium play, right? And there's VMAR on the move. VMAR, wow, look at this one. VMAR on the move, not an earnings play. I keep saying that because I'm glad that we're starting to get things other than earnings plays that are really moving. Crazy low float though, 1.46 million in the float. Yeah, Pac B just dipped underneath 9 again. VMAR off V, thank you. Vision Marine, okay, makes sense. Both low floats. Yeah, I mean, VEE just making another new high. VEE, E, I forgot the number of. Give me a moment, guys. I'm watching the VEE, VEEE, V triple E, holding 8, holding 8. All right, held 8. It held 8 and popped off 8, guys. V triple E. And there's the VMAR. So as was pointed out, VMAR trading off of VEE. V-E-E, V-triple-E. Oh, you got to be quick though. With these floats, guys, you cannot wander away with these floats. 0.3 million in that one. The VMAR's got 1 million or so. AEY, guys. AEY is coming back. Let's do this with the AEY. Let's put a buy at say 218. See if it takes that out later. Okay, click on that buy button. I'm gonna drop it right there at say 17. Oh my goodness, I see what you're talking, blue collar. I mean, it looked like this is absolutely catastrophic, right? For top, and then it just turns around and tacks on $8. But you've got to be really, really on top of it. I don't even know what the spread was when you were doing this. Hey guys, AEY, 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 little pop up there. Didn't take the trade yet. Didn't hit 216. Yeah, I'm assuming when you say that's good, that means that you're able to short it, right, Zach? I don't think I'm able to short V. I'm certainly not able to short V or V triple E. I don't think I'm able to short it at Interactive Brokers. Don't think there are, nothing. Again, guys, I am just, I'm in this development discussion kind of at Trade Ideas right now, trying to get to the bottom of this. Okay, let me see if I can concentrate on doing something else. I know it's 10:39 right now, so I think what I'll take a little bit of a pause. I know I haven't done the change from the open, haven't had time. So first of all, excuse me, I should have been doing this before. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic, and my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. Okay. So the test drive, I want to drop this test drive link in. So the test drive, if you click on the link, the test drive is going to start on Monday, okay? And it runs for 10 trading days. So that's the 15th to the 29th. Now, if you sign up right now, you'll have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes today, okay? And then you can get you can familiarize yourself with Trade Ideas. I'm going to show you what I think you should do to familiarize yourself. So if you sign up, you'll get the 10 trading days as long as you can take advantage of the 15th to the 29th. So again, please listen carefully. If you can't start on the 15th and go right to the 29th, you will not get 10 trading days. So for instance, if you can start on the 16th, you'll get 9 days. Okay, now you can still sign up next week. You'll just get a depreciating number of days. You will still cost $11.11. We only do this 4 times a year, so it's a great opportunity to try us out. You'll have access to, just as if you were a premium subscriber, except no auto trading. No auto trading, okay? But you'll have access to everything that you're seeing me do, with with clicking on the buy button and creating trades. I'm going to go over the racing scan. You'll have access to that. Now, big caveat: if you're using a Mac, if you're on a web, if you cannot use our downloadable application, you will not have access to Brokerage Plus, this window, the blue window on the left, nor will you have access to racing. Okay, just want to be upfront about that. So if that's why you think you want to try the test drive, and you have a Mac, and you're not willing to use a program like Parallels, some emulation program, or Amazon Web Services, something like that, I'm sorry, you will not have access to racing or, the simulator. But if you're using our downloadable application, of course you will. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Give me a moment. What have I done here? Whew, good. Just give me a moment. Okay, so again, when the test drive is over, it's over. So don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. So again, if you can afford $11.11 for 10 trading days with us, go for it. Next, I'm going to put in my home page. Now, my home page has changed a lot now, guys. I've deleted a lot of scans when I say deleted, I mean, I still have them in my cloud, but I'm trying to make this a lot easier. A lot of scans that I had there, probably not as relevant anymore, but I'm going to put my homepage link in. And so again, listen carefully if you're going to take this test drive. Yeah, don't tell anybody, okay? Don't tell anybody. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, of course you can. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, first month only or the entire year. I'll click on the Get Trade Ideas just to give you an idea about how much it does cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the premium annual is $2,000, standard is $1,000, less the 15%. The big difference between the premium and standard is the AI. AI had last couple of days were awesome. No, nothing really shaking today, but it is still early. I'll go over the AI in a bit. You do not have to take on an annual subscription. In fact, do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can try us out on a monthly basis. So there's the standard, 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. And at any time though, if you want to take out an annual and you're in a monthly, we will honor the 15%. So there's no mad rush to take out an annual subscription. Make sure you want the program. And listen, you never have. I think most of our subscribers probably are month to month. That's fine. If you're going to take the test drive or you're brand new to Trade Ideas, mandatory that you do this. Let's get started. It'll take about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. First video is the download and installation. First startup and login. Toolbar and right click magic, etc. Okay, whoops, is it live? It is live. I wonder why it didn't trigger. Okay guys, REBN. I'm gonna have to take a little pause in my my dissertation here, and it just got halted. Why did it not trigger? Anyway, REBN is live, guys. Why we're looking at this is because Hutton, same people who did the TGL yesterday, which had an absolutely insane day. Okay, I mean, it's given it all, most of it back now, but it did get up to $20. So this was 1.2 million shares issued. The potential IPO price was around 5. Obviously, it is above 5 at 792 right now. Why didn't it trigger though? That is perplexing to me. Why it did not trigger? Ah, that's my mistake. I had that on the short side. Okay. I had to redo a lot of this because I've saved my layout for you guys, and I had to delete all of my prices, my price alerts, so I could give you a blank one. I'll explain what I mean in a bit. Okay, so this got halted. This got halted at 792. The projected open is maybe in the 8 level. Now, first of all, guys, this is highly, highly, highly risky. Okay, if you're new to trading, put me on mute for a while because this is very, very, very risky. I'm just waiting to see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. 10:45, 53. So that'll be 10:50 plus 53 seconds. Okay, so well, let me just continue on my talking about what I think you should do if you're taking the test drive. Okay, so I've already gone over the get trade ideas. Click on the education section. Okay, click on the education section. Boy, this is 8:48 now, 8:48. Sorry, guys, I'm going to, I don't see 20. I didn't say 20. I didn't, if I said 20, I was talking about yesterday's one. I was talking about yesterday's TGL. Okay, that got up to 20. All right, guys, this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Obviously, 10. Oh, wait a minute. Or am I wrong? No, I'm wrong. Okay, so 53 seconds. So in about 23 seconds, if it is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open. And look at the potential open now. Remember, it was at 8. Now it's at 8:55, 8:55. I mean, it's all a bunch of nonsense, guys, but we try to take advantage of the nonsense the best we can. Get this out of the way here. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to pause this because I have to see if I'm going to take this, if I'm going to trade. Okay, it just opened. Okay, guys. Well, again, scary stuff, but and we've got a wonky spread, but you cannot, if you took this one, you cannot wander away. I think this is going to get halted. I think this is going to get halted, guys. And it just got halted. Right. Well, that made up for my miss on the PAC-B earlier, and now it's halted. And 1097. Who knows where it's going to open? I traded some of this out, so I can't really lose unless it went down to 0. Whew. Okay, now I can continue because I've got 5 minutes before it resumes. So now I can continue. It's difficult sometimes, to moderate and trade at the same time and try to, I'm talking to our tech people trying to figure out why this is happening. But anyway, so back to the education section, okay? Go to the education section and click on the user guide. Again, if you're going to take this trade, if you're going to take this test drive and you're serious about it, you have to have some knowledge about what trade ideas is, before you get started. You just can't show up Monday morning and say, well, what am I looking at? I don't understand anything. Okay, well, then that means you haven't put any effort into it. Trying to be harsh, but that's the reality. You should do the getting started. I've already talked about that. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about stock racing. If you get those 4, You know, there's other things, of course. I mean, I'll go over them, but you don't have to learn everything all at once. But get the basics down. Okay. Now, daily support session. So next week, well, okay, today is Friday. So it should be Andy. It should be Andy in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1. Okay. Excuse me. I take a break between 12 and 1. And so when I take my break, and one of the other traders takes over, and it's Friday, so that should be Andy. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Now, Chris has been away this week on vacation, but he'll resume his duties in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. So we've got a lot of support, and this support is like this all the time. It's not just set up for the test drive, okay? This support is, I mean, you have me, between 8 and 3:30, Monday to Friday. You've got other traders between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room, and then you've got Chris between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room, Monday to Friday. So there is a ton of support all the time. Daily webinars. So we're done with the webinars for the next 2 weeks during the test drive. They will resume in 2 weeks' time. So you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, really recommend you take a look at this. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay. It's about 36 videos, short videos. So if you're new to trading, I really, really recommend you take a look at this. Again, if you show up and you just say, well, I don't know anything about trading, teach me everything. Well, it means you haven't done any work at all. I mean, come on, trading is not the easiest thing in the world. So we put this together, and at least it gives you an idea. Like, it starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance. You should do all this. Last, my scan. So I've really pared down the number of scans, but the race mode right there, I still have my 10-day daily breakouts, my single stock window. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market axis up and down. I do have the halts and resumes, a momentum scan. I still have Zach's bouncers and toppers, and I also kept the basic new highs and lows that you can take a look at, okay? But I really concentrate on the race mode. So you can have, what I would do is save my link. Then you can look at the education. You can look at my scans, and of course, the getting started anytime you want, okay? Okay, if this is going to be the 10-minute halt, it should be opening in about 15 seconds. All right, there we go. There we go. Oh, man. Yeah, an IPO, fortunately, Mr. T, when it's an IPO, you won't be able to trade it in the simulator. Okay. Tomorrow you would. It's going to get halted again. Just got halted again, guys. Wow. Who cares about Pac B? Again, this how crazy this is. Now, there was another one by Hutton, GRFX. I'm not sure if it's going to open today. 3.2 million, $2. I mean, super cheap. It's all about the structure. It might be Steve today instead of Andy. Oh, that's right, because Steve had problems yesterday. And so Andy took over him. You're probably right. You may be right. All right, guys. Wow. All right. Well, let me keep going here. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. It doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? Now I showed you I'm sharing a lot of scans. We also have a lot of scans. If you click on new from our toolbar, click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, click on docked channel bar. And what we have here are theme-based channels, theme-based channels. So for instance, the Explosive Winners channel, this race setup that you see, I'm going to go over the races in a lot more detail. Just give me a moment though. This race setup that you see here is in essence the same race that I have here. I've made some adjustments. You know, I wanted a higher volume. I wanted a different price range and all. But the whole idea right now is that if you go to the different, channels, you're going to see these are all layouts. You might see a scan you like. And if you like it, if you want to see what it looks like, all you have to do is right click and then they duplicate it into a free floating window. So the minute I do that, I've got 3 monitors, so it popped on to another monitor. Here it is. And then all you have to do is right click and save or share to cloud and save it to the cloud. Okay, now it's in your cloud. I'm going to go to the momentum channel, another popular channel. So here's the momentum channel. You can see it's an alert window. So why is it showing LQDA right now? Okay, there's LQDA, and you can see what if you look at the 15-minute chart, when it made that new high at 7:12, we got a real-time alert. But what is it looking for? So with my scans and all the scans, if you right-click, configure, summary. And by the way, all this is in that getting started and is in the guide, okay? I'm just going to go over, some of the basics just to show you what Trade Idea is capable of. So this is an alert window giving real-time alerts, and this is what it's looking for. If the price is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal, and the minimum volume is 100,000 shares, etc. These are the filter requirements. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. This is the event, and that's what we call them. This is the event that you create, and this is the trigger, the new high. So if you like this, you could do the same thing as I showed you before, duplicate into a free floating window. But if you didn't like it exactly the way it is, all you have to do, for instance, if you wanted another price range, if you wanted it between 10 and 100, I'm going to say okay, and you see how now it's changed to 10 and 100. Now I can say okay, and then I could, right click, duplicate into the free floating window, and then save it to the cloud. Okay, or if you like it just as it is, that's fine. And our EVN just opened. All right, guys, look, this may go absolutely crazy. I don't have very much left, but yeah, oh, good. Oh, good. It just got halted on the way down. Just got halted on the way down now. That was tricky. So again, the idea is that you can go to the different channels. You can see the different scans that we've created. You can start extracting a scan that you might want to have in your layout. You save, duplicate it into the free floating window, save it to the cloud. And then what would happen is if you click on file and then load from cloud, you will see them here. And you highlight it, load it. You might have to file load again. Can't remember, I should know this, but can't remember if you can do multiple at the same time. But at any rate, you could just highlight and load, and then you can create your own layout based on scans that we've created for you. Okay? Yeah, so Ron, there is a way, but it's not great. Okay, the question is, can you get a price alert via email or text? Okay, but it's not great. Um, Something that they've been working on for a long time. You will never ever be real time. It's probably not, if you're looking at swing trades, it's not as crucial. But if you're looking for more or less real time alerts, no, not by email or text. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. If I take this window right there, this 10-day daily breakout, and I right click, configure, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'll click on search. When you see these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons. Okay? And if I scroll all the way down, these are our filters. These, when you see these icons, these are the filter icons. So don't get hung up on how many we have. That's a common question or even a complaint. How can I learn this program? There's so many alerts and filters. Well, you don't have to learn them all. Okay. Why we have so many is that when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they thought, okay, if we can create enough alerts and filters, the majority of our customers, with the different trading styles that are out there, the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so that's why we have a lot. You don't have to learn them all. You know, I use a handful and that's it. Okay. So again, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. But you know, we've created a lot of scans for you, and of course, I've got my scans that I'm sharing. And I'll be honest, I would just, you know, if you're getting into this for the first time, and even if you're, you know, been with Trade Ideas for a long time, I mean, I'm a convert. I am a total 100% convert. I do have a couple of other scans, but I concentrate on this almost 100% of the time now. This meaning the race scan, and I'll go over that in a lot more detail. I just want to talk a little bit about the AI. You will have access to this, of course, if you're a premium subscriber right now, and if you're taking the test drive, you will have access to the AI. The best way, in my opinion, to take a look at it is if you click on New, and then click on, let's say, Premium AI slash. Now it may still say Strategy slash Holly or AI slash Holly, okay, but that's the window that you want. This window will pop up. And I would incorporate it as part of your layout, okay? Nothing happens before 9:35. You see, there was the first alert today. Nothing happens in the pre-market or the post-market. And what happens is you'll be presented with, an idea. There is well, again, the entry price is here and there is a stop, but you don't have to get in right at the penny. You know, I never do that. If I'm going to take a trade, I always, when I get an alert myself from anything I've created, or certainly from the AI, I'm always going to click. I want to see what's happening, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade it. So it's like a watch list for me, though I, 100%, I'll be totally upfront. I don't pay that much attention to it because I've got this going for me all day long. But, and also I'm doing so many other things, but if, what I would do if I had my premium service, I would have them side by side and I would just watch it. Okay. I know what I've got to do. I said I had a layout for you guys, but I forgot. I better have this in here so I don't have it. So I'm gonna have to create another layout. All right, guys. Now, before I talk about the racing, I would just want to talk about this Brokerage Plus window. Now, it's going to be a lot more functional, I think, for you guys once we have the new build, and I'll explain what I mean. And I'm hoping the new build comes out. Well, it certainly should come out before the market closes, so that anybody in a test drive can certainly load it. So, but let me just go over Brokerage Plus right now. Today wasn't easy, Jamie. There's a lot going on, especially when I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Why? Well, I don't even know why these have disappeared now. Okay, guys. Okay, Brokerage Plus. I just put I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video showing you that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us, okay? You just won't have this feature available if you want to trade an IB or E-Trade account. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it. And how I demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. Now, as a simulator, it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker, because what it does is it's using our real-time data. Okay, it's using our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. And again, you don't even need a broker. If you're not sure about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, great. If you become a subscriber, all you need is our standard service, to practice trading. And it's simple to do. You just click on the sim. When you click, well, let me back this up. I'm going to disconnect. So when you load Brokerage Plus, and you can load Brokerage Plus from here, new, and you just have to find the Brokerage Plus window. And then this window will show up. You may have different columns, but in essence, this is what you're going to see. It'll say not connected. You click on sim. That not connected will change to account. And then when you click on account, then you click on simulated trading default, and now you're in the simulator. Just a minute. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, so when I disconnected and I came back, now it's showing the correct P&L up here. Okay, there's the $436 in the two trades that I took in the simulator. But of course, that shouldn't happen. I mean, I shouldn't have to disconnect and then reconnect. So in the new build, guys, this is what I really want to start showing. Well, okay, maybe I should talk about, no, I will talk about the new build and what you're going to be able to do automatically. You'll be able to click on the buy button. And just as you, maybe if you came in late, you didn't see this, but all you do is you click on the buy button, then you position you either take the trade immediately by dropping it on the current price, or if you wanted to take it on a pullback, you would put it some at a like below, or if you thought it broke an important level above, you would put the price there. Okay. Let me just show you. Just a minute. Got the porn bots are alive in our YouTube room. Well, it's only in the simulator, okay? So I have a question in our YouTube room. Is SMA better for daily charts or EMA? I don't think there's a better, okay? I mean, well, if you don't know what the difference between SMA and EMA are, I mean, one's the simple moving average, the other is the exponential. What I would do, if you want a full definition, you could literally, if you go to something like Investopedia or, but do a Google search and literally say, what is the difference between SMA and EMA? And it'll explain it all, very well. But I think that on a daily chart, most people on a daily chart, I would say 99.9% will use the 200 SMA as an example. Okay. So if you're talking about the 200-day moving average, whether it should be the SMA or the EMA, I would say that 99.999% will use the 200-day SMA as opposed to the EMA. Intraday, there's probably a lot more EMA use, but all right, believe it or not, I'm going to stick an alert at 10 for this Reben, just in case it comes back over 10 later on. It's not as promising as the TGL from yesterday. TGL from yesterday did not have quite as big a pullback, I don't think anyway. All right, guys, let me talk a lot more about this racing, okay, and why wow, look at the SPY, guys, look at the SPY. Whew. Yeah, so the IPO, obviously, yes, you could have ribbon in there as long as you get rid of the close. Yes. I think the question was you're trying to take in the simulator, and I'm not even sure in a real account, even if you're connected to IB or it should work if you wanted to take an IBO the day of. In our simulator though, IPOs don't work the first day. Something's going on, guys. All right, well, here we go, guys. Here's another one, 3 million at $5. FRZA, another IPO. Okay. I must have done this wrong or something. I know I deleted them all. I put them back in because that should have popped up right at the top here. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Maybe when the market's closed, I'll figure out what's going on, because the idea of my creating these price alerts for the IPO is that when they start trading, because I have a price alert of 1, we should get this. Yeah, I should have heard it. It should have popped right to the top. So I've obviously done something wrong, and it's because I was fiddling around last night trying to create a layout for you guys to use, and I deleted all my price alerts. And even the CHG, is that trading also? Yeah, the CHG is trading also. See, that is not as exciting because 4 to 5, so it is not way above the IPO price. How about, I mean, I can tell which ones are trading now because it has current price. Okay, guys, let me talk about the racing, okay? Everything, sorry guys, I know I'm all over the place today, but I'm conversing with people in trade ideas also about this issue. Okay, I've got to talk about the racing, guys. So before racing, we'll call this BR, okay? Before racing, we had top lists. We still have top lists. We still have top lists, obviously. Here's a top list. So what a top list, look at this. Look how rapidly this is. Holy smokes, it's going crazy. I think now you see that, give me a moment here. You know, I'm on a development build, and I think that might be an issue. I might have to go to what we call the beta. Let me just do something here. Okay, well, this is a little better. Okay, before racing, we still have top lists, obviously. So what a top list, what a function of a top list would have been, it still is. If you just want to see the stocks that are up the most today, so here, you know, you can sort in any column in a top list. So for instance, here is the change from the close, okay? And so I can see right now, VEEE is up, come back, move it over here. I can see that VEEE is up the most, okay? And so it was a way to rank stocks. If I wanted to see the ones that are up the most for the day, or, you know, the biggest, highest relative volume, you know, you just double left. Excuse me, you just double left click on a column and it would sort it for you automatically. And it would just show you the stocks that were, say, highest relative volume today, up, biggest change from the close. I'm going to sort on the change from the open, the biggest change from the open, okay? Right now, that's NVTA. That's all well and good. But how am I really going to use this to my advantage in terms of trading? I mean, I can look at CNFR and I can see it's the biggest change from the open, 37.4%. But what does that mean? I mean, is it moving now? I can't really tell. I mean, if I stare at it and if I see 37.4 turning to 38 and then 39 and 40, yeah, I can see it that it's moving. But obviously that would be an insane way to have to monitor this top list window. Hence racing. So what it does is I run a race every 4 minutes. every single stock then starts at the same starting point, just like any other race. A stock that is really starting to move in relation to the rest of the stocks will start to move to the top of the leaderboard in this race. So in other words, for instance, look at VEE right now. Okay, it's changed from the open is 12.6%. What if all of a sudden it really starts to move again? And it's changed from the open is now 13 and now 15 and now 20 and now 30. I would never know that. How am I possibly going to keep track on, a list of stocks, something down here, OB at 10%. What if OB really starts to move? Or something that's not on this list right now really starts to move, because all that has to happen is to satisfy these filter requirements. If the stock in my racing, the stock has to be between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares. And I want to see the stocks that are positive for the day. So I put this in, the 2% from the previous close. Okay. So any stock meeting these requirements, if it starts to move, what'll happen is it'll start to move to the top of the leaderboard. I could never know that just by staring at a list. Never in it, obviously, if that makes sense. So what this does then, it sort of combines the best of the two worlds here. You have a top list of stocks that you want to see, but no way you can keep track of them, and an alert window. The alert, because this is all real time now. This is showing in real time how a stock is moving up on this list. Okay. And so, and then to top it off, it'll create a top 10 list for you. And it turns out to be a great watch list for the day. So for instance, number one position right now is NVTA. It says 6. What does that mean? It means that it won 6 races today. Remember, for me, I have 4-minute races. Once this race is over, a new one will start. So NVTA won 6 races today. VEEE won 5. You can, though, for instance, look at CNFR. Look at CNFR in the 7th position right now. That's an ugly looking chart. So let me go to MREO. Okay, so look at MREO. Only won 1 race today, and right now it's just kind of basing a little bit. See, using this like a watch list. So you take a look at this and go, you know what? If MREO takes out that high, this might get it rocking again. So you can just click the buy button. You will be able to do something like that easily. And I'm going to put a buy right there, and it creates a stop, the low of the day. I can, of course, adjust that. And why I say you will be able to do this, I mean, you can do this now, but it's a little more convoluted. You have to assign a strategy to the buy button. What we're doing in this new build is we automatically will assign a strategy. You don't have to do anything. Basically, it's just going to buy $5,000 worth at the price that you're wanting. Okay. So we're going to try to make it very, very simple. But you see how that works. I mean, just because something isn't moving anymore, CNFR, who knows? Maybe later on in the day, it starts to move. So, you can do it another way too. You can just stick a price alert, and so you'll know if it's moving. But, as Dan is suggesting, in the simulator, practice all this. Practice the idea of taking trades, see how they work. All right, guys, I'm going to try something. Yeah, see, this is disappearing. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have to put the non-dev version up. So I'm going to lose all this, the original racing and all that, but that's okay. I'm going to have to put the non. I want to see if that is the problem. So I'm going to save my layout. What time is it now? 11:29. So I'm going to save my layout. So give me a moment here. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I have to find out where the beta is. Just a minute. All right, guys, listen, you're gonna see, this is gonna disappear for a bit. I'm gonna exit. I'm gonna come right back. I'm gonna download the latest, I guess this is the beta, and see if that cures it. Yeah, so unfortunately though, the racing that I've done and I created that top 10 list, it'll start new again. So let me start it. Not the end of the world, but because that might have been my issue, guys. Okay, I was on this development version, and that's why these trades were sort of disappearing, and it wasn't giving me the proper summation of the today's P&L for the two different trades, etc. So anyway, that's probably the reason. Now, The races. Again, I'm basing my races on the biggest gainers from the open, but of course you can do whatever you want. If you, once you get used to using trade ideas, you can base your races, and it always starts from a top list. But for instance, you may have like a basket of stocks that you like to trade, or you just want to see, or maybe you're liked. You know, you can click on the heart and you can create your own liked list of stocks, 20 or 30 stocks. You know, you create a symbol list, a watch list, you attach it to the top list window. You know, this is getting a little more advanced, but you know, you can follow whatever you want to follow. You know, I choose to do this because these are going to be active stocks. Okay. You can also take it, and if you wanted something more in a larger cap, you know, I've got, for instance, a large cap gainers from the open. So if you don't want stocks that are typically in these cases, they're typically kind of low flow stocks because you know you're not going to get stocks moving 50, 60% in a day if they have a high float. So, but if you look at this top list, you know, in essence, it's exactly the same top list window as is running in this big, in the one I'm displaying. All I've done though is I've said, okay, you know, the minimum volume has to be at least 500,000 shares, but this is the big one. The market cap is at least 500,000,000 and the float is at least 50 million. So that will get you that, you know, you will not see the rapidly moving stocks, but you know, maybe for, you know, you're starting out. I mean, the rapidly moving stocks are wonderful when they're moving in your favor, of course, but they're pretty devastating when they're not, you know. So this may be, you know, the large cap gainers may be something that you'd want to focus on, you know, and I can share this, but, you know, I just want to show you though that, you know, you can create a race from any top list window that you want to create. Yeah, give it about 5 minutes after the market closes, Sparks. Okay. Give me a moment. Sorry, guys, I was on mute. Excuse me. So yeah, Sparks, you can run the race, based on anything you want. If you want to do it from the change from the open, or sorry, from the close instead of the open, go ahead. Um, I think it's better from the open, but go ahead. Meanwhile, LQDA, I mean, how good is this one? Excuse me. And is it an earnings play? Yeah, not really, but it's close. No, you'll have access, again. Okay, listen up, everybody, okay? If you're part of the test drive, you'll have access to the program. I mean, you'll have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes today. So say 5 o'clock Eastern. It may be ready at 4:05, but and then you'll be able to download the program. You can take a look at my scans. You can start creating layouts if you want. You can look at all the layouts that we've got. Okay, so you can play around with it for the balance of today, in the evening, and then certainly on Saturday and Sunday. Get prepared for the market open on Monday morning, knowing something about trade ideas. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back, and it is 11:45. So I'm going to just make sure it is Steve. Okay, so it is Steve. You're right. Look left. It is Steve in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. Okay. So when I take my break at noon, between 12 and 1, Steve will take over in our YouTube room. I'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break. Yeah, I agree. NVTA is still looking awesome. I mean, its high is way up here at 642. The next now the high is 668 from yesterday, so that could stall it. But I mean, obviously you got in at six, and it got anywhere close to 668. That would be excellent on a percentage basis. Six from your wow! Look at this. What a comeback for six, guys. They had earnings yesterday, got rocked down, and is trying to come back in a big way. Six, SIX. Here's another interesting one. It's held TERN. It's held three. Again, I'm just going to drop a buy order in. Just at the high of that candle. Show you how it's done. This is in the simulator. And I'll raise the stop. So got to be careful now on these IPOs. The REBN nowhere near like the TGL yesterday. This one has some promise though. The FRZA has some promise, I think. It's come off the bottom now. And, I mean, I think I should stick an alert probably around 1275 just to see if it gets up there. Yeah, next week I'll go over risk management a little bit, maybe this afternoon, but definitely go over risk management at all. Like all that Real is talking about, you've got to know when you get into a trade, you have to know, okay, they're not all going to work. Okay, so it looks like it took the turn trade. They're not all going to work. So you have to have an amount that you're willing to risk on the trade. That's all to do with the stop, of course, but are you willing to risk $100 a trade if it doesn't work? How much are you willing to lose on a trade? And as Real says, what I try to do is I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So I'm not going to risk 1,000 one trade, 100 the next trade, 50 the next, 500 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. And don't get into revenge trading. Don't lose 100 if you think, okay, I'll risk $100 on the trade, you lose it. Well, I better risk 200 the next so I can make it back and make up that loss and then be ahead 100. You lose that, now you're down 300. Well, I guess I better risk 400 the next trade so I can make back my 300 loss and be up 100 when this one works. On and on and on. You have to be able to admit that you're wrong in a trade. Okay, you just have to say, okay, you know what, it didn't work. Now if you're wrong all the time, I mean, you better change a strategy, like whatever you're trying to do. But you shouldn't get upset about losing on a trade. I mean, losing is part of trading, really. You're never going to be right all the time. You've heard me many times over the week. Yeah, took a loss, but they're all manageable losses. And I always obey my stop. Always obey my stop. You'll So it's not like if I'm risking, if you're in that risk mode of $100 a trade, great. And then you take the trade and it starts not working and it starts approaching your stop. You can't believe it. You think, my goodness, this was the best setup I've ever seen in my life. The room is talking about it. There's even great news, and it's still not working. And so you decide, you know what, it's going to come back. So you don't obey your stop. So now that 100 turns into 2, turns into 3, turns into 4, and you start to sweat. $500, you finally exit the trade and kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And you know what I'm going to say next. Almost as worse is not obeying your stop. Now you're down that 500, and then it does turn around for you. Okay, it does turn around for you, and now instead of being down 500, now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you pat yourself on the back and say, "Great! So glad I didn't obey my stop. I knew I was right." Can that happen? Of course it can. But I've been doing this a few years. Not obeying my stop at the beginning of my trading career, it wasn't fun at all. I had nobody really preaching it. Didn't really quite understand it. And one of the reasons, early on in trading, I mean, commissions were so high that, yeah, it was really tough to get out of a trade because you knew you were going to, you're going to, and if you wanted to get back in, I mean, the commissions were so high. Commissions are either non-existent or so cheap that that's not an excuse. That's not an excuse anymore for getting out of a trade. All right. So it is Steve in our YouTube room. Let me make sure I don't have the YouTube room on mute. So I'll hear his little ping when he comes in. Okay, that's not on mute. Okay, what's happening with EMBK? EMBK? Oh, okay, little one. I call these the Zach Dackers. So look at this, guys. EMBK underneath $1, popping through $1 now. It's an earnings play. Look at this move for EMBK. Again, I don't really see anything under $1, so that's why I don't see these. But I mean, you can always adjust your racing to create a price range under $1 if you want. The fact that I don't like to see things under $1, that doesn't necessarily mean you should do the same thing. Wow, Steve is early. What time is it? 11:56.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Just give me a moment as I shut my music down so I can hear you a bit better.
I'm just going to promise everybody a much smoother handoff today than yesterday.
Are you still using Opera?
Pardon me?
Are you still using Opera?
Yeah, I just have to clear the cache out. That's all.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But I rebooted and I didn't start Opera for this session. I have to go through all my tabs and make sure I got my passwords correct, and then I haven't cleared out the cache from that thing for 2 years, and that's really a bad thing. So that's
Oh,
probably what's
really?
going on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just lazy
Okay.
about that. But I heard you talking about risk management and things like that. It's a funny story. I don't know if you've ever heard, but myself, Brad, Dan especially was there for it, and Andy. We all learned how to trade at the same time at this floor in San Diego in La Jolla, 1998. And when we got there, there was a guy that had just started trading. His name, well, we'll call him Ron. because that was his name. And he was a commercial pilot, and he hated his job, and he had some money saved up, and it was the dot-com bubble. And Ron
Uh-huh.
came in, opened up an account, in his very first day trading. He got caught up in the hype in the room, and he just bought a bunch of Dell. And by the end of the day, he was up $30,000 his first day trading.
All right. Trading is easy, isn't it?
Worst possible thing that could have ever
I
happened
know.
to him. It destroyed him. It destroyed
Yeah.
him. He spent the rest of his time trying to chase that incredible first day feeling. I tell you, the trading gods are evil and diabolical. They get people hooked with the easy beginner's luck winners. And then, so that poor guy started from a foundation of an unrealistic expectation on day one, and it just ruined him. I mean, he wound up
Yeah.
selling assets to try and keep the game going, and it was very
Oh
sad. So,
man.
yeah, Barry, you're right. And I actually broke my rules a couple times here. I'm not going to say when and where, but I'm kicking myself for it. So I'm in timeout for a few more new positions until I, yeah.
I have a sort of similar story. Nothing like 30,000 on Dell, but yeah, my very first trade online, and shaking as I was going to hit that enter button. Never, I can't remember what who my broker was. It was a
Yeah.
Canadian broker, and I had no idea what I was doing. And I took this stock. It looked, I can't even remember where I saw it. I remember it started with the letter P. That's about all I remember. Clicked on it, shaking, and wow, I think I made a couple $1,000s in about five seconds almost. Okay.
Mm.
And just like you, I thought, wow, this is easy. Can't wait. And then ruination almost afterwards.
Yeah.
You
It's how
know,
people deal with that part of the chapter is,
Oop, you just disappeared, Steve. Don't tell me you're having issues again. Guys, I'm talking to Steve in our YouTube room. That's why I put myself on mute. But I'm wondering if he's having issues again. Steve, can you hear me? I can't hear you anymore. Yeah, I think he's having issues again. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'm gonna have to stick. I'm gonna have to stick in both rooms until Steve gets his issues fixed, or Andy's gonna have to sub in for him again. Yeah, he just. So I'll have to stick in both rooms until somebody takes over. Hmm. So he's gonna try again. He's gonna try to get into the YouTube room again. His computer crashed on him. So what I will do, if Steve can't make it, I'm sure then probably one of the other traders will take over. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. I'm just getting set to take my break, okay? But I'm going to put the YouTube link in. And I'm just waiting for somebody to take over again. And there again, a Zach special, ENBK, starting under $1, surging. Look at this. I mean, 54 cents. Oh my goodness. You're not talking to me, are you, Paul? You must be referring to somebody else. Okay, guys, just waiting for somebody to take over on YouTube. Steve's having an issue with his, I think it's his browser, but anyway. All right, there you are again, Steve. Do we cross our fingers and hope you're
Hello.
going to stay? Hello,
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, let's just say goodbye, Barry, and I'll trouble
Okay,
this thing to go. Wish me luck.
okay, okay.
Bye-bye.
Good luck. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, how's everybody doing? Can you hear me? Thank you, Leon. Thank you, Mike C. Fingers crossed, man. I don't know what's going on with this StreamYard, but it's crashing my computer. So I've got very few things open. I'm going to work very slow. It seems when I start clicking and dragging like a madman, it blinks and I lose you. So let's just say a prayer to the PC gods, the trading gods, and happy Friday, everybody. Hope you're doing well. We've got our test drive next week. So I'm wondering, is there anybody in here, please speak up, don't be shy, that's trying out the test drive for the first time? I will open my pen. I definitely need my pen. No, don't touch that. Let's grab my pen. Hi, Iris. Yeah, I hope it works too. Otherwise, I've got a lot of things to investigate this weekend to get ready for next week. I might have to reinstall or roll back a version. I don't know. But the good news is I work with a super smart group of people here. I don't need to call Geek Squad. All I have to do is DM a couple of real sharp people here in our dev department, and they can usually help fix my personal PC issues. So what would you guys like to talk about? Again, test drivers certainly take precedence. If you're brand new and you want to know how to do something, let's talk about it. Oh, good. Here comes the spam bots, best adult dating site. Okay. You guys are relentless, huh? Perfect. Please share your short float race you were going to talk about yesterday. Okay, let's do that. So it's funny, I didn't even save the notice this morning. I didn't save because since I crashed, all the work I did was not saved. So let's try that again. Here we go. For those that want a little rehash, this is my A table. It was a scan that once looked for stocks that were strong, meaning they had a strong score. This is the score category. Anything above 80 or 90 is anything above 80 or 90 is like a B or an A student. And that worked really well last year when the market was going up. We could find good stocks with big high short floats that kept going higher and exploit them. But now the market's changed and I just lowered the score to 50. So basically means show me any stock now that has a high short float. And we are back to Bed Bath & Beyond. Boy, I had a great trade on this one. Stuck it and then sold the open there. And I'm not going to double dip. Why am I not going to double dip? Because I got my ass kicked in something that I triple dipped in. I'll tell you why it happened too. So I bought that little consolidation and sold that for a nice profit. Bought that little pullback, sold that for a really nice profit. Decided I owned this stock and I'm pretty much the master of it. So I bought this pullback here, but I didn't realize that this was a 6-month lockup expiration from the initial public offering. It completely snuck up on me. So everybody that has shares in this company woke up this morning and said, I want to get some cash in my bank, and didn't see that coming. So point being is I'm not going to double dip in Bed Bath & Beyond. My perfect setup was down here. The initial squeeze pushed, but after in the initial squeeze, you just get a lot of back and forth volatility. Now, I will give Bed Bath & Beyond this. Look at how it's not even coming near its 5-day moving average, the 130. It's completely repelled by this. So that tells me the short float play is still very much working, and there could be more to squeeze out of it, but I'm just going to stay away from that. So that's what this scan shows. That who was asking about it? Look left, great name. So we're going to turn this into a race. All right. So let's. I'm just going to get rid of this one for now, and I am going to Actually, I don't want to get rid of that one. Let me change that up. Let me load my own layout, my old layout back. I'm just going to minimize that. There we go. And I'll minimize that too. So let's take the window, which, by the way, I will share with everybody right now. Here comes the cloud code for short squeeze. A table. There's the cloud code to this exact scan. I think I saved it to where I've got a change from the open. Nope, I didn't. So I got to add that. Again, my work was not saved when I did this. So we'll search to find a column, change open, change from the open percent. I want to add that column. So we're going to show the column. And now this is a part of the scan. So let me do that again, guys. I'll save you a step. I will reshare the updated version with the change from open. And then we can start a race. Okay, there's an updated version there. So now that we have that column, which is the important column, change from the open, that's how we're going to run this race. So essentially, we're just saying, show me all the stocks that have a high short float, and let me keep track of them in real time using a stock race. So we'll go in here. Let's show the race setup. We'll do 5-minute races. We'll do, I don't know, 10 stocks. Change from the open is our key. And delta sort will make the nice smooth out, strongest on top, weakest on the bottom. Everything else should be good. Let's just go ahead and run that race. And right now, they're just starting to slowly come in as the names on this scan come alive. Wait a second here. There we go. Okay, so we'll come back and check into that. That being said, I can also share the scan of the race, or the cloud link of the race, I should say, which I think was your original question. A table race. Find short squeezes. And that is a cloud copy of the actual race. So for the moment, why are there only 4 cars in here? What's going on? Because I didn't do that right. Show race setup, stop race. I want 10 cars. I want 10 stocks. Doing 5-minute races. I had that backwards. There we go. So we'll just let this marinate and let it run. And then what I've been doing is my layout. I just kind of keep my my sim trader open here for some managed positions. I have another accounts to keep an eye on. And then once the races start finishing, I will start to get some ideas coming into this checkerboard pattern, which gives you epilepsy if you look at it too long. Okay. So did that help? Hopefully. Look left. Please share your short float race you were going to talk about yesterday. So that being said, you reminded me to do one of the most important things. We just made a big change, right? We got to save it. We got to lock that in, because if I crash or something happens, if I forget, I want it to be there next time. Save layout. That's fine by me. Okay, so now I've got the race in there as my, the short squeeze race as my default layout. So these races allow us to explore many different concepts. I mean, when I first started using them, I was using them in the morning to watch my sector races. And then after, 15, 20 minutes, I kind of had the idea of where to focus the sector energy for the day. But, there has been a really, really good market for the last couple of weeks for stocks that are exploding, small caps exploding back up above their declining 50. short squeezes left and right, without a doubt. I am in a short squeeze play. I bought it yesterday, and you can see, I'll just click my entries. You can see I chased it. I got involved in the excitement yesterday, and I rarely chase stocks, but I saw things just squeezing hard. All right. Blue Apron had its day during COVID, but right now there's 56% shorts apparently stuck in this thing. So, um, give it a little bit of a wiggle and see if I can participate and anticipate a short squeeze. One of the first things I noticed this morning in the risk management of this position, every one of my positions has a plan and a time frame and an out. If it did not hold this 130 average that I talk a lot about, I probably would have started thinking about dumping it because it was a chase entry, and you don't have a lot of wiggle room when you chase the entry. So I told myself, if this thing is the real deal and the shorts really are as scared as I think they could be, I just want to let this thing consolidate and have its move. But as long as it held this 5-day moving average, which is 130 candles, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, let me show you. Any indicator you have on any chart, you just open up a SMA, and there's my SMA. You can see my 10 for my 15-minute chart. There's my 10 SMA there, but this 130 is a perfect calculation. 130 15-minute candles fits exactly into 5 days of trading with 6.5 hours of trading each day. So it gives you a 5-day moving average, but it's smoothed out on this perspective, the 15-minute perspective, rather than trying to add another line to my daily chart, which I don't want. It's just 5 is way too fast of a moving average for me to put on my daily chart. So it's an easy way to put on your intraday. Let's go through a couple of these positions I have currently. Just to highlight, how I look at the day. I'm feeling strong about this MNMD. This is not a trade. This is an investment. It's a position. Not getting out of this long-term hold. So I don't really care what it does. But initially, I would like to see it get above this 50 SMA and close above it with conviction, and that might be the start of something good. That's what a lot of other stocks have been doing lately. Silver, I'm back in silver, and the PSLV fund, to be exact. It's an audited physical fund, unlike SLV, which someday might tell people that we don't have the silver that we told you we had, so be careful of that one. But look what's going on here. Daily, beautiful recapture of the 50, and we're consolidating strongly sideways. So I fully anticipate this 50 to continue to hold as a base, but now we've got the 10 SMA coming up and starting to force the issue. Anytime stock above its 50 SMA is going sideways and holding, and the 10 SMA comes up underneath, the path of least resistance is going to be that. So I'm going to hang on. I'm going to hang on regardless. That's another investment I'm not going to get rid of. Kind of exchanging dollars for silver, quite honestly. I want to have exposure to physical silver in addition to the physical silver I've got in my vault. Gold miners, same thing, same constructive long-term idea. However, notice silver is back above its declining 50, but the gold miners, the stocks of the people who pull the companies that pull that stuff out of the ground, is still under the 50. So I'm kind of anticipating the GDX can get back above the 50 and confirm my thesis. The gold commodity itself is just like the silver commodity itself. It's just sliding and hanging above its declining 50. So keep an eye on precious metals, guys. It's looking kind of like the tide could turn. And why are you just spamming me? I got to put hide user on this channel. Maybe that works. Here we go. Jeez. All right, let me rewind and see if I missed any questions here. Yes, Aja, that would be phase. I broke my rules in phase. I got way too excited. I let that thing pretty much round trip on me. Not happy about it. I'm pretty upset with myself yesterday for doing that. And there was a rule that I broke that I could have saved a good chunk, but I got greedy. I got pig-like. It happens to everybody. I saw all these short squeezes going, and I didn't want to hit a single. I wanted to hit a home run, and my single, I got thrown out at first. So after After hitting third, I got called back to first, and then they threw me out. So yeah, not happy about my performance on that one. You knew it. Somebody else wanted to look at a stock. Okay, Piton and then HLBZ. Peloton. So Peloton is doing what a lot of other COVID darling stocks are doing. They're finally reclaiming this declining 50-day SMA. So very similar chart across the board in a lot of things. You know, looks kind of like that Blue Apron I think I'm in too. I don't know if we got to that one yet. Back above the, yeah, we did. Back above the declining, flattening 50 on the daily. We held the 130 here intraday. And giant short squeeze potential, hopefully. But as far as Piton goes, I'm going to type real slow here. I hear my computer speeding up. I guess I would play off this line that we just talked about. You know, it's back above the declining 50-day, so the general health is starting to come alive again. It's above the rising 10-day, which is good. But what a fine example Piton just gave us here of that 130 moving average holding tight. What in the hell is making my system scream? Very weird. All right, HLBZ, let's go to that one. Yeah, just keep an eye on that 130 line for Piton. As long as it stays above that, it's trying to do something. The shorts are probably slowly getting out. HLBZ. Not so much on this one. Look at how the 5-day moving average tried to hold. I mean, all second half of yesterday, the buyers tried to hold that 5-day moving average, but it failed. And now it's below the declining 10. And when you look at the daily, you've got a lot of no man's land here. This one, I think, is, unless you draw the line right here and it bounces for you, I probably wouldn't want to give that one too much more. This UEC I took yesterday, and it's trying to come back. It's a uranium play. And what I liked yesterday was this nice consolidation. I've talked many times that anything that goes up and moves sideways is a much stronger consolidation than it would be for pulling back in price. So when you get that sideways consolidation, you're literally just waiting for these momentum moving averages to tell you what to do. So this morning, UEC got ahead of itself after I didn't think this was a bad buy, quite honestly. It was a breakout above the congestion, but the price action is just very whippy today and yes, all week. So the good news is it pulled back, filled that gap, and found relative support in that general area. So hopefully this uranium stock, bit of a short float there as well, 17%, but a high circulation of 280. So I like that one. I don't think that one is really giving me too much concern. And then apron, again, a short squeeze, hopefully will happen there. If there's no questions, I'll take a look at, let me see, you talk about moving averages a lot. Can you give an opinion on the 200 SMA versus 200-day EMA? I don't have an opinion on the SMA versus the EMA at all. But what I will tell you is the 200-day is important in the big picture of things. And right now I happen to be watching what's happening with the Russell 2000. The Russell 2000 was the IWM, small cap land. And this makes perfect sense, guys, because a lot of these small caps have been ripping the last 2 weeks and getting exciting again. There's the SPY, still has a margin under its 200-day. And there is the Q with a bigger margin under the 200-day. So that tells us Russell 2000 has been the strongest bounce off of this recent low. However, Russell's running right into that declining 200 on a pretty good extended move, I might say. I wonder what the RSI looks like on this. Let's take a look. RSI of 84. Okay, so we're pretty overbought here on the IWM now. If you're coming in here on a day and you're trying to buy a lot of new small caps, I mean, I'm not buying any new small caps. I'm going to work the ones I have. And if they don't work, I'm going to pay close attention to the fact that we are running into a brick wall of selling in a technical perspective. There's going to be people who have a plan, and algorithms and quant funds who have a big plan to jump in and sell the 200-day moving average. So I fully expect a lot of resistance, but the IWM seems to be testing it first. So it might give us an early warning as to how well the SPY does if it gets there. I kind of feel like it's a foregone conclusion that the SPY and the Qs are going to test their respective 200s. So if that happens, and when it happens, I'd be taking some profits on things. I would not be entering new positions on things. I would be managing trades on a case-by-case basis. And the minute you see them break some levels, maybe get out, because it's been a good run the last few weeks, and the shorts have had a difficult time, but the meme stocks and the long traders are making some good money, but that's not going to last forever. Why would you use one instead of the other? Halim, some people prefer the EMAs because it gives more weighting to the most recent. Let's do an experiment here. Let's see let's look at the IWM, because the IWM is touching it. Let's change that and see what perspective, or let's just add a new one and see what perspective it gives us. We'll go indicators. We'll do a new SMA. Simple moving average. Oh, it's moving average. There we go. And let's make this, EMA. We're going to do the EMA, and we're on the daily. It'll be a blue color. Change that color so it doesn't match anything else. We'll make that orange. Okay. Add. Well, so the 200 EMA has already been challenged. But I'll tell you this, it's interesting to note that the 200 EMA did show some correlation on that day. Let's go through and see how the others looked. The others might be there right now. All right, the SPY has broken through the 200 EMA. So that didn't give us a whole lot to work with. NASDAQ Qs are getting held up here at the 200 EMA. So I also really enjoy looking back at the Qs. The Qs seem to have really respected the 200 SMA in the past, right? So given that observation, I don't think I want to trust a 200 EMA, because the Qs have already showed me that they respect that, and the S&P and the IWM have already showed us they have no respect for the 200 EMA. So I think that's probably a great answer, and I'm just going to turn that back off. I've always used SMAs because I like to keep things simple. It's just a stupid answer, but it's all I got. Remove, save, close. All right, hopefully that helped. Halim. EMBK again, let's take a look. So it's definitely doing something today, isn't it? August coming off earnings yesterday. Autonomous vehicle. Okay, so the autonomous vehicles are doing something there. Big push off earnings. That's really nice. Never saw it. Now I'll say this. Let's say you're in this thing and you bought it down here early. If it was me, this space between the current price and the rising 10 SMA is getting really extended. These are the kind of moments where you want to take off some, take off a quarter, take off a third, pay yourself. Don't do what I did and phase. Forgot to pay myself on the way up. I got greedy. When you don't take profits on this extension, you're just kind of asking for a reversion to the mean, and it's going to happen at some point. So when you get these really big moves, maybe we can look left. And there it is right there. I would be very mad at myself if I was in this trade and didn't start taking some profits up here in this area, because we're going to run right smack into a pivot point. Prior support equals future resistance, and that's the anatomy of a pivot point. So that's why we always say look left on the daily. You can't get just focused on what's happening here. Asia, if you're in some EMBK, it could go to 9, but it might take the long road, right? I wouldn't be asking for that to happen today. but they're definitely turning a corner, and this could be a stock to put on your radar to be in play, but you don't want to be the person chasing it up here. Let's do this. This is a perfect example of how we're going to start demonstrating chart trading. All right, this is another account. So maybe this came on my race, maybe somebody told me about it, but am I going to buy this extension? Hell no. I'm going to maybe eyeball this thing and say, I'm going to one-click buy. I'll show you that in a second. There's my cursor for my one-click buy. If it pulls back here to maybe just above $1, I want to be a buyer. And then I want to extend my stop a little bit wider. So I'm just going to anticipate that trade. This trade is now open. And for anybody who's new on the test drive, or anybody who has not created your own one-click button array in strategy tabs, which I have, download the latest version, the beta version, on our website, which is going to become the actual production version Monday, assuming there's no major issues today. And in that beta version, the Brokerage Plus window will now always have, under strategies, you're going to have these default buy and sell buttons. Now, it's not going to look like I have, but we no longer are going to ask people to go in here and right click and create and edit and then make this your default. No, you're going to have buy $5,000, sell $5,000, and it's going to be pointed towards your default buy and sell. At least that's what they told me. So if that's not what you're seeing, let me know. But I wanted to take a moment and say this is a perfect opportunity to use the simple one-click chart trading and use visuals. Okay, we're just trying to eyeball where this moving average might be. I might even pull this back just a little bit, and adjust it as the day goes and see if I can find a way to catch a pullback right on that moving average and then hope for a secondary push. It could come. We'll see. Move it up a little bit. But that's really the new way that we're trying to help focus people trading. I know Barry's been doing some of that in the room this morning, because there's a lot of people out there who really have not traded before, and there's some that have traded before, and they're looking for new ways of workflow, manage their methods, order flow. You're not clicking boxes and typing numbers and drop downs. It's just, okay, there's the stock, BLNK. Interesting, I like it, but I'm not chasing it here. Actually, I wouldn't chase this one anyway. It's been running for about 3 days. Let's look at a couple other options we could do. There's a nice ICP pullback. So, if you had that one-click buy button earlier set and kind of eyeballing where that 10 SMA is, you could have found a really nice entry. Now, mind you, I'm not saying do this in live mode, you guys. I'm saying do this in simulation mode, especially the test drivers. That's all you really have access to this week anyway, next 2 weeks. So it's a great way to just start getting repetitions. I mean, golf is the best analogy. I've been playing a lot of golf lately, but that means I've been going to the range a lot, and I've cut my handicap down probably pretty significantly in the last year. The only thing I've done different is I joined a golf range, long with short game practice and corrals and putting game and top golf simulators and tracking, and took a couple lessons. So I'm putting the work in to try and get my golf game better. And I tell you what, golf and trading are extremely similar in their analogies. And the trading gods actually have the same sense of humor as the golf gods. So that's the whole point. Simulate. Get familiar with just looking at where the action is, and then finding out, okay, that worked. Well, that didn't work. Maybe I shouldn't do that. That's a pretty good breakout on charge point. So maybe I would say I'm willing to buy any consolidation or pullback in that area, and then move on. But if you get hit, it's no harm, no foul. You're practice trading. You simulate trading. Oops, I got to bring my positions back up. I go there, positions. Okay, so there's no positions in chart trading, but I could continue to just move through some of these ideas. Let's take a look at what the other one has here. Again, I don't have a big history because I had to close and shut down. There's the one that we're bidding, just in case. So for the time being, I'm just going to let those bids sit there. And as we're talking, I'll go ahead and try and set some more just to show you how simple it is. Peloton's going to do the big job cut, huh? There you go. So they announced that in their earnings, that it seems. Hi, Rajiv. The defaults are going to be set to 5,000 for people. It's just an arbitrary number for people who don't want to configure their chart strategies buy buttons that way. You are always welcome to, and I will go back and show you. You are always welcome to see the discretionary longs are the buy buttons that we have in the order panel. That always stays on. But buy 10,000 at limit and then limit sell position. These are the same. So I had to go in here. I had to edit trading instructions, and then notice I had to checkbox, make this my default long. So this button up here, buy, is attached to this trading instruction in the strategies tab because of this notation. But that's because I came into this new version with my defaults already set. If your defaults were never set for you and you download the new beta version, you should have 2 buy and sell buttons, each allocating 5,000. So it would look like this: edit trading strategy. That's the name of my strategy. That's my entry time, open all day. And then the details are, I will trade fixed dollars. So in the case of the new users and trade ideas, it'll be something like that. This is where you would make that change, Rajiv, or anybody else that wants to custom configure your buy and sell one-click orders. Position sizing is going to be that right there. And so your entry order will also show that. And then the risk management is the red line that pops up after. So I basically said my stop loss is always going to be a 1.5% offset. I have used last price as reference unchecked. I think people have told me that works better. Okay, here's that EMBK. So people that just realized they might have overstayed their welcome are now panicking to get out. Whereas I said earlier, as we were up here near the top, that's pretty stretched out. If you were in that, you should be taking profits. There's just no way around it. Okay, so maybe a 15 on Peloton. Well, I don't know today, but let's see. Quite possible it could happen today. Oh, Peloton didn't have earnings. I'm sorry, I was confusing them. Okay, well, from what I see, that 130 line held beautifully. Okay, when you right-click strategy window, my trades don't enter. Right-click strategy window. Okay, here's the strategy. We're on strategies tab. Right-click. You need to do it over a specific strategy, or if you're creating a new strategy, you would go new. But you should have this menu, right-clicking right here. And if you have any current buy or sell instructions set up, you can right-click and assign those as the default. Now, this is a brand new feature, so if I'm a little confused, I'm just kind of going off what they told me. To trade the stocks, Holly finds. Yes, you can trade the stocks the AI finds, but I will ask you, the only people that can do that are people who are on premium versions that can attach their account to Interactive Brokers. So you're limited to having to have the premium version. Live trading, maybe you're talking about simulated trading. Are you talking about simulated trading, Ron, or live trading? Okay, you're on the premium, good. And are you trying to live trade or sim trade? Perfect. That's the answer I wanted to hear, Ron. I don't want to hear people going in live before they know what to do. Okay, so it's not the strategies tab, Ron, it's the Holly AI tab. Same kind of thing. It's not going to show up in strategies, but the AI is similar in nature. And what you need to do, first and foremost, is every day you start on the AI tab with our master list of strategies, okay? And they're all turned off for your protection. So every day, if you're going to sim trade AI, you mean the strategy window separately. But if you want to attach your trades to the AI, you have to come here. You have to come to the Holly AI. You have to enable, you have to highlight, right click, and enable all selected strategies. That turns them on. And then you need to right click and you need to tell the AI how you want to trade them. So edit long trading instructions, you start here. If you want to be on the long side, moderate mode means you'll take the entry from the AI manually or automatically, but you will handle the exit on your own. Highly recommended moderate. AI is not great at exiting trades as well as the human beings are. Position sizing. Here's where you can decide your position sizing. And based on stop loss is a great way to trade. So you could say, every trade I make, I don't want to risk more than $100 or whatever. And so the system will size your sizing accordingly. In the HILT manual, it says we can trade manually off this window. Okay, you're talking two different things. The AI is automated. But if you're saying, I see something in the AI and I want to trade it in the window, well, then yeah, I can help you with that. So that will be on the strategy tab. I guess I was confused. If you want to auto trade the AI, you've got to go to that tab. If you just want to take the picks from the AI and use buy and sell buttons on your own, then you would use the strategies tab. And you have to configure a buy instruction and a sell instruction if it's not already there on the new beta. Hopefully we're coming to the same point, Ron, that I think I understand what you're saying. And there goes BBBY, huh? Trade I refuse to double dip in. Yep. I just got to be happy with that great trade. That was the best trade I've had in months right there. And I had a couple clunkers since, so I'm not chasing anything. You can't share a screenshot, Ron. You may have to compose an email with your screenshots and submit it to, I'll type it here. I mean, if you've done it before, it's info@trade-ideas. I just can't see your screenshots in here. I might be able to, I might be able to go in and grab your email and look at the screenshot that way. So anything regarding trading manually off the window, do you mean the chart or? Okay, so maybe let's see if we go to no, I'm still kind of confused. If I go to the AI window, AI strategies, and these are the AI trades, I would click the button and then I could easily, well, these are all set to buy because they've already been bought on there. Oh, why is my buy button's been jacked? I think I screwed it up. Hang on. I probably turned off the default. I did. Set as default strategy. Look at that. My buy button comes back. Okay. So very important to get those buy and sell buttons. You've got to have at least one buying instruction set as your default strategy and a sell. But again, I was told in the new version that though if you don't have that done, the new version will have one pre-configured for you, but it's set at a $5,000 risk parameter. Sorry, Ron. Hopefully we'll figure it out. Since I believe I'm kind of caught up, let's do this. Let's go look at some of the AI trades again and see how they stack up on the intraday charts. Right, there's that PSLV holding my 10 SMA perfectly. Look at that. Just doesn't get prettier than that. So the intraday is confirming that the daily wants to hold this area until it doesn't. Okay, here's the AI. Not bad there, holding the 10 SMA, WRK, definitely holding the 10 SMA, got close right there. PLL, super, super strong. Matter of fact, I'll probably start selling some of this. It's getting a little extended. It's probably just waiting for a pullback to there. All right, LRMR pulled back and is testing its 10 SMA. If it can't hold here and just bleeds lower below 250, I would get out. What a beautiful chart this is. ON, test, pass, beautiful test, passed. And then the AI basically got in here. So the AI had a good entry on this one, right on the 10 SMA. It's looking good. Nice breakout too on the daily. Obviously, I don't have time to chase all these. I'm a swing trader. I try to keep my positions to a handful. I can only do so much attention to my own trading. I've got a lot of hats I wear here, and it's just a classic way of asking yourself, what is my best time frame? Can I afford to be a maniac, aggressive momentum trader all day long, or do I want to just slow things down a little bit? All right. Hello. Chandria, you got a question about Holly AI? Go ahead. What is your question about the AI, Holly? Certainly was just going through some of the picks here. Okay, the trades listed in the strategy trades window, are those actually trades that are placed on my behalf, or are they trades in general that Holly has taken for the day? They can be either both. Okay, they're showing you the trades that the AI has taken for the day. Some people choose to use these as ideas, for the day. And these are ideas being served in real time. So I've got, right click. I recommend you do this too. You right click the trades window. If you're in actions, you make sure you're playing a sound. So I have it text to speech for sound setup. For any new AI that comes through, I'm going to hear that sound. So a lot of times I'll just pull up the symbol and see what it looks like. And a lot of people do that. Now, some people want the actual auto trading entry. So if you were just going to trade the AI on your own, you're welcome to do that. But let me show you how you can simulate the AI and get set up for trading. Now, we do have a user guide on this that'll be much more detailed than I can give you, but let's talk about it. So first thing you need to do is you need to obviously connect to the Trade Ideas simulated trading account. And it'll be blank. And this is my simulated trading account to use chart trading. All right, Ron, I'll take a look, or somebody can take a look when we can there. So all trades listed in the strategy window are those actually trades that are placed on my behalf. So they could be orders placed on your behalf. If you're a test drive user, they're going to be simulated trading using our in-house simulator. So what you would do is once you've connected to the Trade Ideas simulator with the Brokerage Plus module, which you get right there under New, you have to go and find what's called the Holly AI tab. And here it is. Holly AI is currently off for me. This AI tab shows all of the main strategies, some longs and a couple shorts. But to auto connect these to your Brokerage Plus, you need to highlight them and then right click and enable. And then you see they all just turned on. So now I've enabled this simulator to start trading exactly what the AI is. I'm going to disable that. That's step one. Chandria, step two is once you've connected and you're on the AI tab and you've turned them all on, or before you turn them on, you need to tell the AI how you want to trade the long and the shorts. And once you do that, then the answer to your question is yes, they will make these trades on your behalf in real time. But let me show you a couple things. Right click in that window, and the first menu item is edit long trading instructions. So you're telling the robot how you want to trade long, what your risk is, and when you want to get out. I call it long. You could give it any name you want. We also have to, very important, and I didn't do that myself, we have to go in and we have to tell the system what account we're going to be trading in. So I've got two accounts, simulated trading and chart trading. So the AI is going to go into chart trading. We'll turn them on and see if we can get something to trigger for us. So that's where we start. Name, edit. These are going into your simulated account. I have two. You'll just have one, but you assign that. Second thing is moderate. I would recommend leaving it in moderate. You're welcome to put it in conservative mode, but what that means is conservative mode is going to get you in and get you out. And sometimes when you think a trade might be working well, for whatever reason, the AI might get out early. So we have found that the human being is a much better manager of a trade than the AI is. The AI is good at finding ideas in real time and getting them on our screen or getting us in them on the simulator. Or if you have a premium account and you're connected to E-Trade or Interactive Brokerage, then you would actually be sending live orders to those brokerages. But for now, we want people to get familiar using the simulator, because you're crazy if you want to just come in and start trading real money. It's just not a good idea. You've got to get a feel for what's going on, and you might as well do it with no risk and learn. Then we go to position sizing. Okay, we're still editing the long trading instructions on how we would want the AI to take a trade. So based on stop loss, I think is a great concept. Again, if you put like $100 in based on stop loss, the AI already knows what the stop loss is going to be when it initiates the trade. So therefore, it can calculate your share size for you and get you in the proper share size to where if the trade does not work and stops out, your risk will be limited to right around $100. Probably the best way to do it is that way, I think. Now we get to the order side. So market order, never, ever use a market order. They will take your money. You're just basically handing them money, the people who are the traffic cops of algorithmic trading. You want to use a limit order. You're saying, I am willing to pay this amount. And that amount is based on the last price plus 11 cents. Why does it say negative 11? Well, notice right here, negative equals inside the market, and plus equals, oh, I think that needs to be changed. That might be wrong. I'm gonna have to, hang on guys. I need to take a screenshot of that. That might be misleading. Please don't crash on me, computer. I just took a picture of that to make sure that's not a bug. The point being is you want to use a negative number. The negative number means you're willing to risk up to 11 cents on this. If you put a positive number in there, it's going to never get filled because it's going to be 11 cents below the current price. So last price reference using negative 10 cents or negative 11 cents means you're willing to reach up 10 or 11 cents above the current price. I know the plus and the minus is misleading, but trust me, you want a negative number in there. Now, this will make sure that you hopefully get a fill in real time or simulation mode. And if it runs away too quickly, 15 cents before your order can be sent, you're protected from not chasing it up to 15 cents. The most you're willing to give is a 11 cent up pay, whatever you want to call it, 11 cents above the current last price. And then you would save those instructions, and those become your long trading instructions. Then you want to do the exact same thing, and you want to edit short trading instructions. Do the same thing, enable the account, chart trading, save, $100, make stop loss, a limit, I'll reach up 11 cents, moderate mode, save. Okay, so those are now my trading instructions for either long or short. It doesn't matter what stock comes through. You've told the AI that let's turn them on. Now that we've got our trading instructions, I will highlight them. We will enable them. So we might start seeing some trades pop into my simulator going forward here. We only have 10 minutes left, but nonetheless, I hope that helped, Chandria. We do have, again, we've got more webinars, live webinars throughout the week. And, we also have some user guides, a lot of videos. If you're a test driver, don't get impatient. We have a full 2 weeks, and you'll be amazed at what you can learn in a period of 2 weeks. I'll tell you that. Okay, look at this, you guys. Looky at that. What a beautiful example of how not chasing up here at $1.28, but recognizing the strength and saying, you know what? Oh, rather than, even setting an alert, you guys, setting an alert, all you get is an alert. And then you like pull it up and then you start talking yourself out of it. Well, maybe I should. No, you're simulation trading. You're not going to lose any money. Just start trying to see what happens when you use an actual fill for your alert. Now I'm filled. Do I want to risk 1,700 on this trade simulated? Hell no, I don't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this up right under that bounce off the 10 SMA. There's my, let's try that again. There's my new stop. I didn't click any menus. I didn't type any numbers. I didn't type any symbols. It's just one-click trading. And this is really what we're trying to do to help steer people, especially new users, into an easier way of just surfing the market using these stock trading ideas. Let's see if there's anything else before Barry comes in, if I can find a good example of how I might do something like that. Actually, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to look at these. Wow, looks like it was a halt and go. LQDA. And there's the one that I bought. So not really see anything else at the moment. But I'm going to start doing more of this in simulation trading because I want to get better at these races as well. I am a swing trader at heart, but these races just might bring me back into finding a way to play the action in a very simple way of simple workflow. Thank you. This was very helpful, and thank you. Excellent.
Say it ain't so, Steve. Did I just hear you say you're going to become a scalper?
No, you did. Did I say scalper? I said day trader.
I know, but
Okay.
that's what I am, but you always, all you guys accuse me is, excuse me, just one moment.
I've never called you a scalper. A second
yes,
time.
you do. Well,
a second time.
Only a second time. But I love it. Yeah. Can you not see that these racers are really giving us some, and just like just like I think you talked about coming back down to the 10 SMA, waiting for it. And you're right. Like it was Dan was saying yesterday. I mean, I've been sort of gearing in on setting a price alert when that happens. But yeah, in the simulator, it's, why not practice? Just take the trade, put the buy order right there and take the trade and see what happens.
What's happening, Barry, is I'm starting to get a big case of FOMO around here watching all you guys jumping into these winners.
Well, yeah. It's all about the races. I mean, it's amazing, absolutely amazing how it's just presented in a completely different way. I mean, we've always had the data, but it's the presentation of the data that is a game changer.
Well, we have to give our quirky CEO a little applause for thinking outside the box and showing us the way, because he was right.
He's not listening. Hopefully he's not.
I've called him quirky to his face. It doesn't matter.
No. But his ego would, he doesn't have an ego at all, as we know.
No.
It would explode even more.
Sometimes that helps find good ideas. You never know.
Oh, absolutely. We're kidding around, but
of course. Dan's my good friend. I can rib him. I've known him for 24 years.
Yeah, well, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, I mean, most of us rebelled at the idea of this stock racing. In fact, when it was cars, I didn't really care the fact that the icons were cars. That didn't really bug me. I just couldn't figure out a way to use it. And I just, and we'd had it for several months. And then, all of a sudden, just doing it, the biggest gainers from the open, kaboom. So now I think this is my 5th week of almost exclusively using it as opposed to any other alert window.
And that is a true testament to how everybody has to always have an open mind, whether you're a dogmatic, grizzled trader, and Barry had his own, the Barry trader of 6 years ago is nothing like the Barry trader of today, is it? You were using
Barry
different
trader of
alerts
today is no like the Barry trader of 5 weeks ago.
5 weeks ago. Yeah, but
Almost. Yeah,
but I
I know
mean,
what you're
even
saying.
6 years ago, you were playing a whole different set of
Oh yeah.
alerts and concepts, and so it's always ever evolving, and it never stops evolving. That's the point.
Well, it's funny, Steve, because I always say, when I started in 2010, I probably had about 15 or 20 alert windows. I had about 10 top list windows, clicking like mad, getting nothing done. Okay, very frustrated. And then when I became a moderator of the room, I was preaching to people, don't have so many up, don't have so many up. Try to pare it down. I know it's hard. You want to have you don't want to miss any opportunity, but I know it's hard. And that's what I was preaching. But even myself, I was finding myself creeping back into, not 20 alert windows and 20 top list windows, but probably too many alert windows. But now
Hmm.
that I found this racing scan, I have two other alert windows, and that is it. And to
Hmm.
be honest, most of the alert windows, the symbols I'm seeing are showing up on the scan anyway. So it's amazing. It truly, truly is amazing.
I think the consensus around here in the back channel was, how am I going to make money at these races? We all said that, didn't we?
Yep, exactly. How am I?
Well,
I
we
mean,
found a
okay,
way.
great. Looks
We found
pretty,
a way.
but yeah, what am I supposed to do with this? But certainly, and I just love I know I mention this all the time. I just love the fact that it creates this watch list of the top 10 winning races over the course of the day. And so even if something is in the number seven position and it's only won a couple of races, click on it, see what's happening. And just like
Yeah.
you said, ooh, maybe it's basing a little bit here. What if it gets to this price? Do I want to take that trade? Put the buy order in and see what happens.
Yeah.
So to me, it's just a great, great focus.
A lot of times I look at it like this to kind of save desktop space, so I can just go back and quickly kind of see what are the names in plays. Every 5 minutes, I'm kind of clicking who are the names in play, and then when I click on it, if there's something interesting going on down here, I'll take a look, but then I'll just put it right back. But this has become a pretty good focus for me going forward now.
So I see that you don't do the show the top 10. You just have as they're winning a race. Is that right?
No, what happened was I do show the top 10, but I've I don't have much data in here. It hasn't been running since the open.
But why do I see LPT, which was the one two races? Why is it not at the top?
Let's see. Show me what I'm doing wrong then. Race setup.
Show top 10 winners.
Where's
Go
that?
go back to that previous screen. Go back to that previous screen that you
Mm-hmm.
had. Okay, now okay, okay. Right click again. See where it
Ah,
says show top 10 winners? Click on
okay.
that. And now,
Oh,
now you see it's ranked.
didn't even know that. I wasn't even using
Oh,
that feature. I was just kind of looking at the number behind. This one came through 7 times. This one came. Yeah, I like
oh
that.
no, this is why it's way more powerful, in my opinion, anyway, to show the top 10 winners.
Yeah, I'm going to
You
do that. I'm going
can,
to save my layout and lock that into place. Thank you for showing me that. It's just too
hey,
much
no
to keep up
problem.
with.
Yeah, I know.
And maybe I did say scalper. If I did, I'm sorry. That's just in my
That's
mind.
okay.
I've always used that
I
term.
don't take offense.
I'll be a scalper though.
The only reason I take offense about scalper is that I think people have the wrong impression
Hmm.
that, I want to get into a trade, try to make, 2 cents in half a second and get out. And
Yeah.
that's not the issue at all. I mean, to me, I have no idea how long I'm going to be in a trade.
In my mind,
It all depends on
in
how
my
it's working.
mind, I see that as a scalper right there, Bed Bath and Beyond. Just a nice little breakout, buy it, hold it. But I guess scalp is a subjective term for time frame.
Yeah,
Scalping a
exactly.
little bit of it right there. So,
Yeah.
all right, thanks, Barry. I got to run.
Okay, Steve, we'll
Talk to you next
rest up the
time.
weekend.
Yep,
Rest
big
up on the
week.
weekend. Okay.
All
I'll
right,
take
bye.
over now. All right, guys, let me get my music going. So I'm back in YouTube, back in both rooms now, guys. I'll get rid of my message. Just talking to Steve in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So I am. Oh, okay. It actually dropped. I was interested in taking this Forenza or Forza, FRZA. If it broke out, in fact, why don't I do this? Do the buy, just like I was saying to Steve. Just click that buy button, and you know what? If this is an IPO, I mean, I'm just going to see. I'll take the trade. Oops. Drop it right there. Take the trade at 1309 if it gets up there. Okay. Now, by the way, guys, okay, first of all, I would never have allowed this to happen, okay? I was on my break. I would never have allowed this turn to turn into this sort of a loss, okay? As it was moving down, I would have probably managed this loss to about, well, the $100, okay? That's what I would have done. So that's why this is now pretty skewed. Chandria, we do it every day. Well, not every day, not Saturday and Sunday, but the trading room that I moderate both, in a YouTube room, and then there is a what I call a main trading room. Looks like this. I can give you the link if you wanted to come in there. I moderate between 8 and 3:30, Monday to Friday. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And today's it was Steve's turn. That's why you heard Steve. But then I take over for the balance of the day. And then normally between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room, Chris Varley is there. Oops, he's just been on vacation this week though. So, but he'll be back next week, starting Monday. So he'll be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So you've got me in the main trading room between 8 and 3:30, except for the 1 hour break that I take between 12 and 1. And then again, between 12 and 1 in YouTube, one of the other traders takes over. And then Chris Varley from 3:30 to 4:30. And that's the way it is. It's not just set up special for the test drive. That's just what we do. So I wonder if somebody can help me out here. Now make sure you save your layout to the cloud, save your layout, save. I want to see what happens when you guys, this is a test layout that I'm giving to you guys. Basically, it'll be what you're seeing on my screen, I hope. Okay. So this is a layout, okay? So somebody like Pepe or somebody who knows trade ideas very well, maybe you can load the layout and I just want to make sure that this is working the way I think it should be working. But again, make sure, don't, like if you have a layout up and running, do not click on that link, okay? But Pepe or somebody else will know. Or I'll put it in, where are you? You probably know. Where are you? I'm looking at our YouTube room. Okay, Pepe, yeah, you know what to do. Okay, if you can just click on it, I just want to make sure you should see what I see. The only issue is this, and I don't know how to get around that. It's in the competitors. You're gonna have to, grab the right-hand corner and move the symbol box out so you can see the symbol. Also, I don't know why it's doing that. And you should have a price alerts window that shows up with just, of course, your price alerts. And I appreciate your doing that, Pepe. I think everything should be fine. I'm just wondering about the brokerage plus, what will you see? Okay, Zach special, GoCo. Well, GoCo has already pulled back though. Wow, look at some of these crazy moves on these sub $1 stocks. Ray, it works on your side? Excellent. So your price alerts window has your price alerts in it, right? Not mine, of course. Is that correct? if you've created any, and if you're not, then it should be blank. Windows are jumbled. Okay, that might be just your. So Ray, on yours, were the windows jumbled? That's something I'm not sure what I can do about. Yeah, so I don't know how I'm going to. I don't know how I'm going to fix that, guys. In terms of the jumbling effect. I have a 32-inch 4K monitor, and it's probably the screen resolution, and I don't know how I'm going to fix that. I mean, yeah, we can manually move, but we're trying to make it so simple for somebody who's brand new and maybe doesn't have a lot of good computer skills even. And when yes, the pre-market scans is fine. I decided to. So that probably, I don't know why it shows up. When I created this layout, I minimized it, but I don't mind showing the pre-market scans. Well, hopefully, when people are, if they take my, I'm just going to have to tell them, well, you might have to move the windows around. It's a resolution issue, and also, you don't have to have all the time frames that I've got. I mean, but people ask me all the time, I want your exact setup. So, okay, here it is. Okay, good. Thank you, Pepe and Ray. So guys, those of you in YouTube, if you have trade ideas, or this is a link to the layout that you see, okay? Now, if you doubt, if you're going to take part in this test drive, then and you want my layout, then wait for again about an hour after say 5 o'clock Eastern. You should have access to the program by then, and then you can actually download my layout if you want. If you want. And this will only be good on the app, guys, the downloadable application, okay? If you're using our web-based version, I'm sorry, this is not going to work. Couple things. The web-based version, you can only have 5 charts. There are 6 right here. But more importantly, you won't get races and you won't have Brokerage Plus. So that is a it's a big difference. No races. I mean, that is a massive difference. Brokerage Plus you can kind of live with because maybe you don't care about simulation trading or trading from within your account if you have an IB or E-Trade account, but not having access to the races now, that's a major deal. Guys, keep an eye on Valador or Veladine right here, VLDR. Keep an eye on it. Look at this nice little break. What was the high yesterday? To me, the high is just too close, 214. So, I mean, it's almost at 2. It may stall at 214. So, consequently, it becomes something that I'm not as interested in. Guys, every single day this seems to, well, not every day, not yesterday, but certainly, well, I guess not every day. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but EVGO inching its way up. Signs a supply agreement with Delta Electronics for electrical vehicle charging projects. You guys have been talking about Bed Bath & Beyond. I haven't even had a chance to look at it. Yeah, what a nice move. The memers are on fire, though. I mean, GME is actually, I mean, it's been choppy. GME has not been any, I would have loved to have taken it around that 40 mark, as a just, something that I want to, on my own, kind of trade every day, kind of base at 40. take some out at 42, 43, and rinse repeat if possible. Okay, guys. I mean, this ribbon, I mean, it's trying to crawl off the bottom. It's still above the IPO price of 5, the suggested price of 5. It was a great, this is sort of what saved me today in terms of not taking that Pac B trade early. Maybe starting to curl back here a little bit, but highly risky. Spread's okay though. Yeah, 360 will work. Retired. Yeah. I mean, if you can, if you're using a simulator or not the simulator, but a cloud service like 365, that'll work. Then you can download the app, and then you'll have races. Yes. I have never used 365, but I mean, there are a couple of people at Trade Ideas who have it. Either that or Amazon, AWS, Amazon Web Services, but either will work. I'm answering a question in our YouTube room. Somebody has a Mac. This is not a Mac-based program, but there's a way around it. You can, again, either use an emulation program like Parallels, or something like AWS or Microsoft 365, sorry, 365, so that you can download a PC application and use it, okay? Guys, I'm just following again, internal discussion. Okay, guys, I've actually been told now you can download the program now. Normally it's, again, say 405, but there was a glitch, a little glitch, and so if you're in the test drive, you can download the program now. Now you have to know, I'm not sure how that worked, if you were supposed to get an email that, making sure you knew what your username and password was, but you can download the program now. As Jado said earlier, so if you guys can hear me, you can download the program now and play around with it. You'll get sort of an extra day. Well, not extra day, half day or so. Yeah. What it was supposed to say, Jado, is that you would get an extra day, yes, in theory, but not the whole day. It was supposed to start at 4:05 Eastern time, okay? But anyway, now did you get in, Jado, how did you get an email though that with your username and password? Like what did you have to do to download the program? This will help me because I'm sure we're going to get some answers or some questions on it. If you don't mind, if you can hear me, if you don't mind. Oh, you already had the program. Okay. So I'm just wondering, people who are in the test drive, because I thought the way it worked is that people who don't have the program right now, we're supposed to get an email saying, okay, you can download it. And okay, guys. Wow, look at this spy action. How impressive is this? Okay, guys, now I'll try to see. It looks like the Forza is not going to do it. Doesn't look like it's going to do it, but I'm just going to put an alert. I have that buy up here. Ooh, look at the NVTA. Oh, brother, 91 cents for my exit. Getting closer to the high of the day yesterday, 668, getting closer and closer. You too, Mookie. Have a great weekend. Win 23 or 234. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the room. New to trade ideas or new to trading or how new is new? New to trade ideas? How about new to trading? Trade ideas, okay? And new to not new to trading, okay? So are you part of this test drive or are you a full subscriber right now? So I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding. Do you have trade ideas? You're not yet. Okay, thank you. I have to, but you're not new to trading. You know how to, well, I shouldn't say, who knows how to trade, but okay. So you're watching, and are you going to be part of this test drive that is starting on Monday? Well, actually, you can have access to the program now, but are you part of the test drive, or do you even know what I'm talking about? Okay, so you are part of the test drive. Okay, so you're part of the test drive. You paid the $11.11. You're not part of the test drive. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, why don't you if you think you can afford $11.11, you can try us out for the balance of today plus 10 trading days. You'll be able to work with the program on over the weekend also. So here's a link again for the test drive. And I'm sharing a lot of scans. Well, actually, I've pared down the number of scans, really concentrating on the race scan. Okay, really concentrating on this now. Okay, so Hulk has a question. I don't see change from the open. Okay, so in the top list window that you are launching your race from, you have to add, if you want to have a change from the open or any other, you have to add the column. Okay. So Hulk, first of all, can you hear me and can you see what I'm doing? So you obviously have a top list there. Okay, you understand. Okay, good. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a column just to show you, but that's how you do it. So Hulk's question was, well, I don't want to run a race and I like the idea of the change from the open. I've got a top list. I understand how to, launch a race and all that, but I want to run it on the change from the open, maybe like I've got. Well, you can only run it on the change from the open if you have the open change from the open as a column. Okay, that's what that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just give me a minute. There we go. So now I've got the change. Now I've got the text headers. I know what the icons mean, but you can see right there. There's the change from the open. You know, I just added the change in 15 minutes on a percentage basis. So you can run a race on any column that you've got. Okay, so if you don't see a column, if you want to run it again from the change from the open or anything else, you have to make sure you add it as a column. And then when you launch your race, and it's based on, now you've got all these are all column headers here. Okay, and then you just, select how you want to run the race. Now, if you take mine, it's already done for you. If you want mine, this race right there, it's going to run 4 minutes. It's based on the change from the open. I've got a price range that I like. So again, what you're seeing here, just again, because I'm going to be talking with this at length all next week again. It's good for me too, because I mean, I'm still relatively new, 5 weeks into using just the races as my well, primary scan, like my 99.999% scan that I look at. So remember what the races are based on. It's always based on a top list window. That's how you will start a race. Now, your top list window doesn't have to be the same as mine. This is what this top list window is looking for. Any stocks between 1 and 50, minimum volume has to be 200,000 shares, and the stock has to be up at least 2% from the close. Okay, so I just wanted to be positive. I wanted to be a positive. That's it. It's all it's looking for, nothing fancy. And this is a list of stocks, because this is a list of stocks that are in that list right now. Okay, now, before racing was available, you could have a top list window, and the whole idea of a top list window is that you could sort on the different headings. And so what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? So if you wanted to see the stocks up the most for the day, okay, I would double left click on the change from the close, and I can see that EMBK is up the most for the day in this list. If I want to see the ones that have changed the most in the last 15 minutes percentage wise, I would double click on that. So SST has changed 5%. It's at the top of the list. Okay. Every one of these column headers is sortable. So now I'm going to double left click on the change from the open. And there's the EMBK again. It has changed 82% from the open. Great. How do we use it to trade though? How do I use this thing to trade? Well, the problem is yeah, it's nice maybe to know these things, but again, how do I use this to trade? I mean, I can stare at this EMBK and maybe see if it's changing at all. It's at 84.5% right now. If it turns to 86 and then 87, yeah, great. But how crazy would that be to have to stare at numbers to see if anything is changing? Especially, what if this EVLV, as an example, which is say only up 15% from the open, what if it starts really moving now though? Maybe now it's 18%, 20%, 30% from the open. It really starts to move. You would never know that. You've got this huge list of stocks. How would you ever possibly know that? Well, that's where the racers come in. I run my races every 4 minutes. Okay, you're going to see that this race is almost completed, and so that 4 minutes is done. So my next race will start. And what do I mean by a race? So every stock now is at the same starting position. Whatever stock is moving the most will start moving up on the leaderboard. You will see something that is starting to move up. It could be this one. It could be the one that's right at the top right now. It doesn't mean but it doesn't mean that it is going to be the one that's moving just because it's at the top right now. But something down here could be really starting to fly. You'd never know it. So that's what the races are all about. It's going to show you stocks that are moving. And what I like to do is there's an option that says show top 10 winners. Now, unfortunately, I had to do a reboot at about, I don't know, 10:30, 10:45 or so. So my races started again from that time period. But what this will do is this will rank 1 through 10, the stocks that have won the most races during the day. I guarantee that one of these, like one stock will probably have won 10 or 12 races. Maybe the next one might have won 8 races. The bottom line is it's a great watch list then for you that's automatically generated for you. You don't have to do anything. Okay. And so, I could click on, here's NVTA, and it's in this 6th place right now. It's only won 2 races today. It had won a lot more, but what I can do right now is I look at it and go, this NVTA, look what it's doing, especially on a 15-minute chart, just kind of resting a bit. Boy, I wonder if it gets going again, if it could, something could happen if it gets going again. So now what I can do is I can say to myself, now, would I do this for real? Probably not, because I'm looking at, well, actually 668 is not that bad. I'm looking at the high, looking left on the daily chart at 668. So, it's far enough away. But what I can do is I can click the buy button and say, okay, why don't I, if it breaks out to 620, I want to take the trade. Okay, and it put a stop in. Now I don't have to obey this stop. I mean, this is the truly auto. I don't mean auto trading, but I'm still waiting for the latest for the version to show up on the website. You'll be able to click on the buy button, and what it's going to do is, wherever you place your trade, either above or below or right at the price, it's going to take $5,000 worth, okay, and it'll put the stop at the low of the day. I mean, is that ideal? Not necessarily, but at this point, I can, raise my stop, so I'm not risking as much, okay? But what we're really trying to show you guys, though, is especially if you're new to trading, you can use this simulator and practice trading, practice ideas. Would this have been a good idea to do? Okay. Yeah. So Sparks, I am now sharing my layout. Okay, but I've been told that I'm using a 32K. Sorry, 32-inch 4K monitor, 32K. Wow. I'm using a 32-inch 4K monitor. And so it may appear a little jumbled. You may have to resize. Okay. Not much I can do about that. But here is a link to my layout. Or if you just want the individual scans, you can go to my homepage. I mean, if you just want this, if you just want this race that I'm talking about incessantly, I'm sorry, then you can just go to my homepage and it is there. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You can go to the scan section. And so there it is. And if you like my single stock window that I've got here, you can click on this. But I've got Hulse resumes. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So I am sharing some scans. But if you click on that layout, now before you click on it, make sure you save if you created a layout already and you have not saved it to the cloud first, make sure before you click on my layout, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Okay, you don't want, if you've spent some time creating a layout, you don't want to, my layout will replace yours. Yeah, I know there's some docking involved, but and not everybody wants all these time frames. This is the big one though, have the biggest gainers. Well, have this. You can use it like a template, and then you can always adjust. So kind of a bit of a fizzle today on the IPOs, not like yesterday's target TGT or TLG, whatever, TGL, not like yesterday's, but nonetheless, some of us anyway gave it a nice trade in that the REBN. But you see how it's drifting down to the IPO price of 5. It's at 550 now, so not a lot of enthusiasm. Yeah, Viru again. Yeah, you're right, Zach. Viru again and again and again. COVID play. Wow. Sorry, guys. My wife's company had earnings yesterday and having a great day. Doesn't trade very much in the US stock exchange. It's a Canadian, trades on TSE also. So the other thing about the races is that you don't have to, of course, wait for a race to be over to click on the alert on the symbol. You know, if you see something starting to move up on the leaderboard, click on it. Okay, I mean that 1.39% right now for Viru, you know, that could turn into 2, 4, 8. You know, it may be just starting to make a move. You know, so you can click on it and say, do I want to take the trade now? Is it breaking out of a little area that I like? Now, again, this is going to, you know, obviously this requires some chart reading experience. This is why you can practice using our simulator. If you take my layout, then this Brokerage Plus will, and then it'll probably say not connected. So all you have to do is just click on sim. So let me show you what you will probably see. So I'm going to disconnect. It'll probably say not connected. So you just click on the sim underneath the Brokerage Plus, and then it'll change to account, and then click on the account, and it'll change to simulated trading default. Now, I don't know if this build is going to have it. It will put you into the simulator immediately, so you don't have to go through all these steps. Okay, guys, I'm just following our discussion. I'm just waiting for the bill, guys. I'm hoping it'll be before I shut down the rooms. I hope it happens before I shut down the rooms. And I'm waiting for the new build because this will take all of the. I mean, right now, you guys, you know, if you know what you're doing, you can assign a strategy to the buy button and all that. But we're trying to make it super simple. Okay, so the new build, when you click on the buy, you don't have to do anything. Well, you have to do something. You have to take the trade, but you don't have to assign a strategy. It'll be super simple to do. It'll commit five. It'll again in the simulator. Always work the simulator first. So you know, here's. Let's do another one, guys. Just do another one. Let's see if there's something interesting happening. Now, guys, the other thing I love about the racing, I love about it, is that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you see some stock that we haven't seen all day long. And all of a sudden, it just appears and you see it racing up to the top of the leaderboard. And we'd never know that before. Okay, never, never, never. This is awesome, an awesome. So I really, if you're new to trading, I would just concentrate on. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be this one, but I think this is a pretty darn good one. You can create your own, you know, top list, I guess, with your own parameters and launch the race from it. But you know, try this out if you're looking for stocks that are, you know, actively moving. Just looking, trying to find one that might be interesting. But it gives you the feel for taking trades, okay? Especially if you're new to trading. Even if you're not new to trading, but you're, you know, you're so uncertain about all this, or maybe you have your own strategy and you want to test it, you know, you can use the simulator. And one of the reasons we have Apple and Tesla here, you might say, well, why do you have Apple and Tesla here? We added Apple and Tesla, and there's nothing wrong if you want to trade Apple and Tesla. If you can make money trading Apple and Tesla, more power to you. But what we try to show you is that, on a typically, 99% of the time, Apple and Tesla are not going to give you the biggest bang for the buck in terms of stocks that are really moving. That's all we're really trying to show you here. Even though we've got it in a list, and you'll see it once the race stops, you'll see it. But rarely are you going to see Apple or Tesla, moving up the leaderboard. They just don't move that much on a typical day. So that's why we do that. Let's take the Liquidia here, okay? Or Liquidia, depending on the country, I suppose. But let's take this one. Let's say if this gets back over 789, that area, because what did it get up to? 880. What if it gets rolling at the end of the day? Okay. Not moving right now much, but it won two races earlier. So let's click on that buy button, and you just get the dotted line where you want to take the trade. Done. So, I mean, if this gets up to that price, it's going to take the trade. Now, at any point, if you don't want to do it anymore, even in a simulator, I know it's not real money, but we try within reason. I like you're not going to take like a million. Well, you can anyway in the simulator. I think you start off with $100,000. But if you don't want to take the trade, if something's happened, you don't like the way it's trading, maybe the market's crashing and yeah, it's moving up, but you don't really want to take the trade, you just have to go to the orders, okay, the orders tab, and then you just right click and cancel it, okay? But this is a great way just to feel what it's like to take trades, especially if you're new to trading using our simulator. If you become a subscriber, all you need is our standard service, okay? If, you're taking the test drive or you're still, unsure, but you're taking the test drive and you decide, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking out a subscription. All you need is our standard service to do all what I'm doing. Just give me a moment here. And again, this minus 500 is a bit of a misnomer, guys, because as I was trying to say, I would have got out of this turn. I would not have let that, I was on my break, would not have let that take me out for a $544 loss. What I would have done is I would have moved my stop way up. So I would have only lost 100. Okay. But, these are just things that so you see how that worked? We put that we put that buy order for NVIDIA. It did take the trade. Now at this point, if I don't want to take this, if I want to get out of this trade, I don't have to let it get down to that stop. I can just take this and say, okay, it didn't work. I just flatten the trade. Yeah, so it's a combination sparks. I couldn't, without getting into a detailed explanation, I can't put I can do it on my end, but I cannot put this in a doc. The Brokerage Plus window, and then the price alerts window. I didn't put it in a doc. I would just leave it. Okay, I would just leave it. So here's OH. I don't know. Okay, nothing really happening though for OH. Look at this SPY, guys. What a move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, I mean, we started this move at 10:45 and we're now 1:45, so a 3-hour move. Basically straight up. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 1:49. Open to questions. Open to questions. I'm in no trades right now. Yeah, again, the IPOs today, yes, halted on the way down. Really? Oh, it resumed. It resumed. Okay. Oh, that's at 143. You're right. So Forza resumed. Here's one that I haven't seen today, but not great percentages, okay? Not great percentages, but maybe it's just starting out. OPAD, as an example, OPAD. My problem with it would be the high there at 233. That's pretty close to that 217. Yeah, to me, there's just a little too much resistance between the current price and what I'm seeing on a daily chart. Consequently, I wouldn't take the trade. Now, it doesn't mean you could just pile right through it, of course, but yeah, something happened. Okay, just give me a moment here. Now, the other thing I should point out is if you're looking at this and thinking, well, it's not bad, but why is it a little bit? Now, it's funny, the development version that I was on seems a little smoother, but there were some bugs in it, so I had to go back to what's called the not the beta that you have access to, but I'll call it a development beta or whatever. So it's a little not quite as smooth. Smooth meaning, as a stock starts moving up, well, that's not bad. The VEE, it was a little more smooth moving up. But I've seen a prototype where this is going to be awesome looking. Okay. When a stock starts moving up, it will be a very, very smooth transition as it's moving up, and many more things to enhance the overall look of the racing. Many more things, and it's again, I've seen a prototype and it's really, really cool. A lot of it has to do with changing our architecture totally in trade ideas. It's not just sort of a next version of trade ideas. It's really changing the architecture completely. So I'm hoping, what are we now, August? I'm hoping certainly by the end of the year, there'll be a lot of big changes. You know, there's this NVTA. It's not, you know, so the idea then, okay, maybe the first time it didn't work, try it again. See if it takes that out again, that area up here. So, you know, just try it. Okay, you just try it. And again, understand that this is sort of a default, okay? When you get used to using trade ideas, you can create, you know, a different type of a stop and all. They're putting a stop at the low of the day, okay? So at this point, if you left it there, you'd be risking $1,400. Of course, that you wouldn't do that, but we're just showing you the mechanics of doing it. So I'll raise that stop, you know, up higher than that. And of course, you can always control when you get out of a trade right here. All you have to do is click on the alert, highlight the alert. You can flatten it. You can get out of half your trade. You know, if you wanted to double your position for some reason, you could do that. Or of course, you can go into the share box, pick how many shares and the price you want to get out at. We're just trying to make it super simple right now, okay? Well, that's not bad. You see how that floated pretty quickly? That's what we're talking about, you know, that aspect of it, of course, but you see how it just floated very quickly. We're kind of drifting into this Friday afternoon, guys. It's not seeing a lot happening. Remember Olo, guys? Olo, almost a lifetime low. Well, it is really a lifetime low, unless there's something I'm not seeing. What's that monthly low? 811. So, okay, so the lifetime low for Olo is 811. Earnings play just got crushed, 34% down. Pretty big volume, 7.9 million. This could be an interesting one, guys. But again, look at the daily chart, NLTX. I love this look here on the 15. It looks like, okay, looks like it's trying to curl a bit. Pre-market or after hours, it hit 153. It's not bad. Look at the daily though, and you got all these little areas where it could stall. I mean, it'd be awesome if you took the trade now and it got, you know, even close to that post-market high. But to me, I look at the daily, it just looks a little too tough to get through. So let's do this a little bit differently. You know, let's take a short trade on Olo. Okay, so that's how, you know, you just press the sell button and now that's how you can take a short trade. There, okay, so it just took the trade. Now, understand that if you're going to practice shorting in the simulator, you know, to make it worthwhile, you should make sure your broker has shorts available, okay? Number one. So, I mean, if you're trying to short something and your broker doesn't have shorts available, well, there's no point in trying it. So, I mean, I looked at Interactive Brokers, there's 1.5 million shares available. Okay, now the other thing is, you know, sometimes it's difficult to get a fill with this uptick rule, but I don't want to get, you know, too technical here. But anyway, that's how you can practice. And again, here's your stop way up here because it's looking at the high of the day. You would probably adjust that. Oh, wait a minute, it's only $173. Okay, I thought it was $1,700. But just the mechanics of doing it, the feel of taking a trade, seeing how it works. When I saw this, I mean, I'm talking in general, I'm looking at this and thinking, that looks like an interesting trade. I'll take it just to see how it works. I agree, Zach. Everything is on as many Z's as you want. Yeah, kind of snoozing a little bit here. Well, surge is on the way down. It's certainly not surging higher. Another earnings play, guys. Almost an all-time low for SURG. Almost. Okay, guys, so it's 2 o'clock. So I will put the test drive link in again. I should also add that the test drive is also open for our standard subscribers. If you want to try out the premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so also. It will cost you $11.11, but it is available if you want to do it. So I put the test drive link in again, and this is what you're going to see. So you'll actually have access to the program right away, okay? Usually it's right after the market closes on Friday, but we had a little, call it a glitch, whatever you want to call it, but you actually have access to the program right now. So if you sign up right now, I mean, it may not be immediate. I think it's got, you've got to go through the procedure, of course, and it might be a slight delay as they enter you into our database, but it'll cost $11.11. You'll get, well, the balance of today plus 10 trading days starting on the 15th. Okay. Now, if you can't start the test drive, let's say you can only start it on the 16th, you don't get 10 days from whenever you start. Okay. You'll get 9 days. Just want to make sure you completely understand that and be upfront about it. This is a fixed time, the 15th to the 29th. So if you can take advantage of it between the 15th and the 29th, then you'll get 10 trading days. Now, next week you can still sign up. If you signed up on Monday, early enough, you'll get the balance on Monday. If you signed up on Tuesday, you'll get the balance of Tuesday, etc. You can actually sign up all the way till next Friday. Obviously, you will not get the full 10 days, but if you even at 5 days, if you think it's worth almost $2 a day, about $2 a day to try us out, then go for it. We do this 4 times a year. So again, we don't have free demo, we don't have free trials. So this is about as close as you're going to get. Once the test drive is over, it's over. And I always want to emphasize this because people, when they're getting close to the end, they think, well, what do I have to do? Do I have to unsubscribe from anything? Please unsubscribe me. We get lots of emails like that. And of course, it just ties up our support people, quite frankly, needlessly. Okay. It's because, so if I can help them by just making sure people understand that when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. Okay. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. And we do not put you into a subscription automatically. Okay. Now, if you're going to take the test drive, I want to make this mandatory that this is what you do. You got to be prepared a little bit. If you're going to take this seriously, you have to do a little bit of work on your part. Okay, so I put my homepage link in. You click on my homepage link. Okay, obviously, if you want to take on a subscription right now, you can't wait. Here's what you can do. You can click on the Get Trade Ideas. You'll see we have 4 plans and all. But really, I'm trying to concentrate on people who are going to take the test drive. Or if you are brand new with Trade Ideas and you haven't done this already, please do the Let's Get Started. Okay. It runs through, it's about 30 minutes long, 10 videos. You may not have to do them all. Obviously, if you've already done the download and installation and you've logged in correctly, so now you've got a toolbar and you've got a green ball. Okay, and then it talks, about the toolbar and right-click magic. Please do that first, okay? Once you've done that, okay, once you've done that, then you can go to the education section of my homepage, and then you can click on the guide, the user guide. You should have done the getting started. Now, at the very least, you don't have to learn everything there is about trade ideas, okay? But you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about the stock racing. Okay. At least get those 3 down. Afterwards you can, figure, I show you how you put price alerts on the chart. And then that one-click trading, I'll show all that, but you should have at least these basics down. It's a software program, okay? So there is a bit of a learning curve. But you don't get overwhelmed by the user guide thinking, oh my gosh, I've got to learn everything. No, 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 no. So the daily support session. So again, typically Chris would have been here at 3:30, here meaning the YouTube room, but he's been on vacation this week, but he's back from vacation next week. So Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30, and then Chris takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And that's not just for the test drive. That's the way it is all the time. Okay. And again, one of the other traders when I take my break between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room also. They have a different take on market than I do. So the webinars, no webinars for the next 2 weeks while we're in the test drive, but they'll get back rolling 2 weeks from now. You can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics, I'm going to emphasize this. If you're new to trading, trading is not easy. That's why we've got the simulator, practice trading. But, before you do that, if you know nothing about trading, you might want to watch this. It's a great little video series that Michael Noss put on at Trade Ideas, not third party. Okay. Michael Noss works at Trade Ideas. And, it starts off with what is a stock? And then introduction to charts and candlesticks and support and resistance. Okay. I mean, you've got to spend some time. And then if you want my scans, click here. This is the race mode. I mean, I'm sharing my layout. I can give you my layout link, but this is the important one, the race mode. Now, the other things I'll point out on my homepage, I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. Okay, and that's free. You can sign up for it there. And also the trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it. It gets sent to your email at about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, you don't see it, check your spam, okay? And also check if you have Gmail, maybe your promotionals folder. So a lot of information on my homepage. My advice, save my link. Then you can look at my scans, you can look at the education, you can look at everything whenever you want. Meanwhile, guys, Surge would have been a nice little short. Search showed up. So I only have really, and I apologize to Zach. It's hard for me to pay attention to this one, but I only really have the daily breakout, either breaking out or breaking down as another alert window. Most of the things I see here are showing up in this biggest gainers from the open in that race. But I use this really for, to take a look at some shorts, the 10-day daily breakdown. Other than that, 100% concentrating on the races all day long. Obviously put the wrong link in the YouTube room. Just a minute. There's my homepage link. What's going on? Just give me a moment. Control C. There we go. Oh, yes, I accidentally. Okay, thanks. I wasn't sure if that. I did click on a tab. Okay, guys, so sorry about that. Here's my screen again. I think YouTube is fine. Okay, guys. I'm just, you know what? I mean, it's 2 o'clock now. I'm just kind of cruising into the close now. Unless something shows up here out of nowhere, as I was saying, something showing up out of nowhere. Sorry about that. Yeah. So when I booted myself out, I put myself on mute accidentally also. Not only did I lose my screen, sorry about that, guys. And that's in the main room. Look at this little move for Rani here, guys. R-A-N-I. Little move for Rani out of this consolidation, 15-minute chart. But, I mean, look, it's at 1179 right now. I mean, if you took this trade right now, the next high is 1222. I guess that's far enough away. But I'm not, this is not advice. I'm not telling anybody to take this trade. I'm just sort of looking over here, though. I mean, it may give a little bit of move. It's coming out of consolidation, a little bit of consolidation on the 15-minute chart. Boy, Viru is still on the move here, guys. VERU still on the move. But let's say, you wanted to take this trade, but not at these levels. Maybe if it pulled back, to the 18 mark approximately. Do the same thing. Click on that buy button. Get your dotted line. You can see where it is. You can see on the y-axis the price. And when you're satisfied, just click it. So now, if Viru moves back down to 18.19, it'll take the trade. But again, if something happens that you don't want to keep this order, maybe the market just starts to just, red bar after red bar after red bar, and Viru is crashing along with it, well, you would just go up into the orders and right click and cancel the order, okay? Remember a high flyer in the pre-market, UBX? Ooh, it's shortable too. This is shortable actually, guys. Let's just do it. Let's just take the short. Just practice, even just the mechanics of taking trades, practice. Half a million shares available, Interactive Brokers, so that's not an issue. I never had a chance. I was so wrapped up in so many other things. I never had a chance to look at the change from the open. Let's see how, well, usually I like to do this around. So you can see right off the bat, if you recall, energy stocks, when we looked at it about 10 minutes before they open, energy stocks, I think about 90% of them were down from the open. But look what's happened during the course of the day. 81% of them are above their open. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. When we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, about 90% of them were down for the yesterday's close. That's what I meant to say. Okay, yesterday's close. But since the market opened, 85% of the ones that make up XLE, the stocks that make up XLE, are above the open. So there's, obviously, I don't even have to look at the price of oil. My guess is that it's, it's gained something. Interesting. Looks like it's actually, but about neutral. But anyway, these stocks have, gained, but look at technology. So technology, about 90% of the stocks, when we looked at it 10 minutes before they open, were above yesterday's close. Still strong. From the open, 88% are above the open. So strong. Technology has been strong today. Well, it is showing up in the races. I can see it right there, VCSA, Doodle. I can see it's right there in the races. Now, if you're asking why it's not in the top 10, that's because I had to do a reboot. I had to load a different version of Trade Ideas. So, yeah, I mean, it was winning races, at the beginning of the day, and it was, here. But because I had to do a reboot, it's not showing now in my top 10. Does that make sense? But I was watching it. It was moving up. It didn't win the last race, but it was moving up on the leaderboard. It didn't win the last race. One of the things I'd like for them to be able to do eventually, I mean, a stock can finish second 100 times. Well, not 100, but a stock could finish second, 10 times. Never win a race. Doesn't mean it's a bad stock, right? So what I'd like to be able to do is somehow amass a list of, say, the top three stocks that make it in the top three positions and list them like that. Because again, just because a stock doesn't win a race, but if it finishes second many, many times, that's still something you want to pay attention to. Yeah, well, the whole thing is don't reboot. I don't, I had to do a reboot because there was in the development version I was using, it wasn't, it just wasn't working with the today's P&L. So I had to do a reboot to make that work. But I rarely reboot during the day. Yeah, I saw Peloton. It was here. I did see Peloton, PQN. Not that I'm aware of. Not yet. I know somebody is working on it as we speak. And the question was, is there a new beta available yet? No. Or production version. No. It's being worked on as we speak. And hopefully before I get out of the room, I'll have a link for you, or I'll tell you that it's available. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, back again. Yeah, it'll be called the production version, Ija. I mean, I'm just waiting. I just checked the homepage and it's not there yet. So talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So guys, until I see something with a big percentage in here, I'm not going to get too excited. As this market just keeps inching its way up, does not want to give up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, all the action obviously was in the morning, as is usual, but we're not getting as much that I can see anyway, even from the races, not getting too much in the afternoon. Here's one on the way down, DMS on the way down, not shortable for me. Too bad. Next low looking left is 115. Boy, this market, I mean, I keep saying it, but I mean, this is putting in even a pretty decent sized green bar right now. 12 seconds to close this candle right here, but that's a pretty decent sized candle after being up, for hours. Boy, not one pullback today, guys, on the SPY, not one. And yet, I don't see a lot of continuation for these smaller stocks. Yeah, the volume is pretty putrid. Let's take a look at the SPY here. So yesterday's volume was 59 million, and we're at 29.30. So about half of that right now with an hour and a half left. But just look at look at the 15-minute chart. Well, it's easier to see here. Look at this 15-minute chart right there. Look at all the action right here. And then nothing. That's what Sandy and others are saying in terms of the volume. Well, Doodle, there you go. There's the VS. There is the VCSA on the move here. Good volume for it. I mean, there are, obviously some little pockets of good volume, individual stocks. 12 million, 8 times normal. Riot's making a little move, guys, along with the SPY on that volume. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Nobody wants to sell. Both Mara and Riot. What's Bitcoin doing? BITO? Like Bitcoin, ETF for Bitcoin. Interesting. It's basically flat. But both Mara and Riot are on the move. What a nice comeback this one has. It's a VRNA. Comeback only in that it had earnings, got up to what, $15 or so, but sold off. I mean, basically dropped a third. This is 3 days ago. Yesterday, a little bit of a comeback. I'm sorry, 2 days ago. Yesterday, a little more of one. And look at this. We're almost at the high, 1469, 1372. So within $1 of that high. Well, just we have a halt. We have a halt, little one, IMV, little halt for IMV, or a resume, sorry. Well, if you're looking for something that's basing, look at MRAM, guys. MRAM, pretty big base for MRAM on the 15-minute chart, MRAM. Had that nice move earlier, but just kind of fizzled out. Not fizzled out, it hasn't dropped really, but it's just kind of doing nothing through the 200-day moving average. Where is the next high looking left for MRAM? So on the weekly chart, 881 and then 940-ish or so. So 881, could stall it. Now, one of the cool things that I haven't shown you or told you about is the replay mode. Let's say maybe you couldn't trade today. You know, you couldn't sit, or even if you can trade today, but you just want to see. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So replay mode, where are you? So basically what replay mode will do is it'll replay the entire day in 6.5 minutes, basically 1 minute per hour. Okay, 6.5 hours starting from 9:30 to 4 o'clock. And you would see, in 6.5 minutes, all the stocks, how they were moving up and down during the day. And probably even more importantly, though, you'll see that top 10 list. Okay. So you could look at that. Let's just say, for instance, you can't trade today. And you get back though in the afternoon, when markets close, you run replay mode. You see you see the stocks that won the most in that top 10 list. And then you start clicking on them and seeing, well, what happened? Maybe there's maybe tomorrow it could have some continuation. You could use this as a watch list for the next day, as an example. Okay. So the replay mode is kind of cool. Again, in 6.5 minutes, it'll replay the entire day, and you'll just see how the stocks are moving up and down, and then you'll have the top 10 list created for you. You too, perfect. So Hall, I have IB, as you know, and I don't use DAS. I've just got their default program platform, I guess, running on 6 years now. Everything about the races is part of the standard service. Okay, Stan. So yes, the question was, is replay on the standard service? Yes. Anything to do with racing is on the standard service. Yeah, so if you go to, the question is there a good video on the racing feature? Yeah, our guide is got lots of information. I think there are a couple of videos and there's some text about it. Let's just show you where it is. And it goes over the basic concept of racing and how you can start your own race from a top list window. Give me a moment. Hans, I think you're actually able, if you've got the, if you're part of the test drive, you should have access to the program right now. Okay. There was a little glitch. Usually it's about 5 minutes after the market closes on the Friday, but I guess something happened. So really, if you're part of the test drive, you have access right now. Okay, so Stan, if you click on my home page and then go to the education section. Gone. Okay, and then go to the guide, the user guide. And then where it says TI stock race, click on that. And here it is. Okay, a couple of videos. Very comprehensive, but you can watch the videos. This is updated it says so. It says it's updated. Stock race setup, how to trade race winners. Okay, a lot of information is right here. So spend the time to understand about what the racing is all about. So To answer your question, yes. Do I use it here? I use it, Stan, I basically use it almost exclusively now. Okay? I've abandoned virtually every other alert window for the racing. All right, guys, I may put myself on mute now. I'm still here, so I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put myself on mute. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic, but I don't see too many questions, and I'm kind of done explaining. So the next couple of weeks are going to be interesting for me, especially the first couple of days, Monday and Tuesday, and lots of new people. Usually quiets down after that. So let me just get my announcement in. Okay, guys, put myself on mute now. But again, I am here. What's odd about it, Zach? I'm just looking at the chart here. It's an earnings play. What is odd about it? Sat on the 200-day the last 2 days and then popped up today on earnings. It says the high was 300. You mean it's lifetime high or not? Not today. I have the high at 1334 right here. I don't see any pre-market action at all. That's the opening candle that I've got on our charts anyway. I don't see, oh, what's that right there? Looks like the high was 13. The opening candle, the high was 13 and it's 1348 now. Oh, you're not talking today. Okay, on the daily. Oh, okay. We don't have that. Yeah, we've got, as William was saying, 1530. Now, it's possible that this is a symbol name change. You know, if you go back a few months, it might have changed symbols, and before then, maybe it was, trading as something else using the same symbol. That's all I can think of. Sometimes we see that. Jamie, none. Tesla won no races. Funny man. I thought you were kidding. I thought you were kidding. The only reason we have Tesla and Apple in here to show you that Tesla and Apple will probably never win a race in this sort of a setup because they just don't move enough. I thought you were kidding. That's the only reason we have them here. Just as a comparison, these are stock. You want to find fast moving stocks? Well, probably it's not going to be Apple or Tesla. Man, I know this is on low volume, guys, but what a move on the SPY today. I know it's low volume. I get it. I get it. A couple of trillion, a trillion sell order could just wipe everything out, but my goodness. But on a percentage basis, it's very good. I mean, don't get me wrong, 4%, but understand that for something to actually win a race, it would probably have to be, well, I don't even know what it would have to be, but probably more than four. And that's 4% overall. You know, that's the entire move of the day. So again, this is not to say, I'm not just talking to you, Jamie, but I mean, if people want to trade Tesla and Apple, great, and they can make money doing it, fantastic. But if you're looking for stocks, relative to some of these ones that most people know about that are going to move, well, this is just showing you that, these don't really move if you're looking for really fast movers. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap this up just about now. Again, if you got any questions though, I'll certainly answer them. But I think if I don't see any questions, I think I'll just kind of wrap it up right now. Next week will be well, I think Monday and Tuesday will probably be a lot of activity for me. So if I don't see any other questions, I think that's it, guys. Okay, now remember, if you're taking the test drive, do some work. You've got my homepage link, or if you go to the homepage, our homepage, go to the education section, do the getting started, take a look at the guide, especially, I see there were some updated videos for the racing, stock racing. So take a look at them, and so you can be prepared Monday morning. I'll open the room at 8 o'clock Eastern time, so you can be prepared so you're not just looking at the what I'm presenting and saying and having not a clue what I'm talking about. All right, everybody, have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Bye bye. And this includes you guys in YouTube.